Hmm. Right. So we are set up there. It's getting everything set up for the morning legends. So give us a little while. Put cameras on and whatnot. And we are live. How good is that? So we are set up there. It's getting... Just tighten these bad boys up. Right, morning legends. So we are on the water this morning. That's pretty obvious, I guess, but taking the boat for a quick run. It's been probably 6 weeks since we've been on the water, and we've just opened it up to make sure that everything's working. Electrics is working. Electrics are working. Everything's good. So pretty pumped about that. Weather's not too great. We're on the water at Mallacoota. So it's cold morning. We had a fair bit of drizzle already. The carpet on the boat is wet, which is ideal. Not ideal. But this morning I thought I'd take you along. So we have got a few different products on the boat that we're going to go through. No frills, pretty easy. We're just going to see how it works. I haven't really gone to max preparation on this. So if you've got any chat or any questions, go nuts on those on that bad boy. But we've basically got I think we've got 4 products technically. If you follow my social media, I talked about having 3, but I'm pretty sure I've got 4. I've actually got more than that on the boat, but I'm not 100% sure if I can talk about more. So 4 it is for the moment. Now, I said this on a live stream a little while ago, or I don't know when it was, probably a week ago now. But it's funny watching, being in this position with the gear, but also producing videos regularly whilst testing gear. And invariably, that means that sometimes I've got to film on the water, and you'll actually have some gear that I can't really talk about, but it'll be in the middle of the video. And that's certainly been happening. So the Infeet range of rods that's been released, or the updated Infeet range, has definitely been one that has been all over my boat and actually all over videos since they came out. So the Infeet rod that I've just pulled out there, it's the new 732. But a lot of my rods, you'll notice that there's no markings on them. See that blank? You know uh, that rod here. There's nothing on them, and that's because these aren't. These are pre-production models, and they're the testing models that the guys use. That means that, and this will answer some of your questions. That means that often I leave the tags on the end. This tag is well worn, but I know what that rod is now. But it means that I leave the labels on the end, and that tells me exactly what the rod is. So that's pretty cool. But the funny thing is that rod has been on my boat 8 months, maybe 9 months. I want to say I had it just before Christmas, and it's been in most videos. Every video that I've caught a plastic in, most videos that I've caught a plastic in, that's been in there. So there's been 4, maybe 5 rods of the Infeet range that they've slightly updated that I've been lucky enough to play around with. That on top of that, they've got the Infeet reel that we're talking about, and obviously the Jig Heads that everyone's so pumped about. So I've been a little bit tactical this morning. I've gone to a spot at Kuta that I was fishing deep earlier in the year, and I got my bag pretty quickly here. Then I probably filled it with, I want to say they were all about 600-gram fish. So we've got that, and we're also going to be throwing now I'm not sure if it's pronounced Miravel or Miravel. I saw one of the Shimano reps pronounce it Miravel. I'm pretty sure it was on a video. I think that might have been Bushy or Starla. I'm pretty sure it was Starla actually. So I'm not 100% sure whether that's actually it's meant to sound like that or whether that's just a pronunciation thing. So we're gonna get set up here. We'll put some stuff on the deck, but these reels, both of them, and rods, the ones that I've just spoken about, are rigged with jig heads. So we'll give those bad boys a go on a motor or soft plastic or something like that. I guess I'll show you some other stuff as well that's been released again, pre-production, so no funky labels, but Chromo won St. Helens ABT using this piece of kit, and again, no lines, but this is the Infeet, the 22 Infeet 742L with a solid tip, full AGS guides, which is pretty cool, but very technique specific. You can see the different handle here. And the Infeet series, the top end Infeet series seem to be going to this type of handle as well, something similar to that. So expect to see something similar to that in the future. But yeah, like I said, Chromo won a tournament on that bad boy recently. Very technique specific to flicking, flick baits. I guess that's the method for that bad boy there. And while I'm here, I'm going to show you one more rod. Now, I really rate this rod. It's been a real pleasure to use. It's come out on a cheaper range, so $189 a coin. It is one of the cheaper Infeets. Or I don't think Daiwa like it when you call them cheap. So let's call it value for money, as a marketing guru would say. But high value for money, and it's a technique specific rod, but it's a top water rod. And this is it here, 109. Again, it's actually been in videos and been in live streams as well, but $189, 752 LFS. The sample was made in 2021, released this year. So a long rod. You see the traditional grip here, but it's been really nice to use, and you can see I've got a bent minnow on that. So I'm going to take that out at the moment because we're going to hit some shallow areas in the edges a little bit later and see how that goes. Hopefully we can get a fish or two, but we will see. So for the moment though, let's go throw some grubs and some stuff. We're probably sitting about 10 foot of water. I'm just going to live scope around real quick and see what's there. Benefit that we've got today is that I've actually got a mobile phone. So unlike traditionally what we've got, we're going to be able to chat. Why do I have transmission disabled? That is when I turn it on. Transmit. There we go. Oh, that doesn't look good. Right, so I've got live chat accessibility. Looks clean, Mr. Hill. Smooth quality. Thanks, Josh. Good sound as well. Hey, Jamie. Mate, it is freezing cold right now. It is proper cold, and I've drifted a fair way off my spot, but might actually move around. Yeah. So I'm curious on whether I can be in the same account twice. So I'm piggybacking off another channel's account right now to see whether you mind. I'm sure he's not really going to care, but I don't actually know what to try. Test. TEST. Oh, it looks like I can chat at the same time as live stream. That's pretty cool. We're in Mallacoota, bro. I'm just going to march up maybe 200 meters that way, and we'll come back. But we'll keep the audio on and all that sort of stuff. Probably should trim the boat next time I take off. That'd be quite handy. Right, put the plastic on. Morning, Michael. Put the spotlight on for a second and throw the plastic on. Right. Really like to get a wide angle lens going here. I'm going to talk to Mo about how he gets his phone on wide angle. Right now, I'm doing the best that I can for the first time. Really. Hey, if you want to ask any questions, remember that, throw them in the chat below. And we'll have a bit of a yarn. I can see a few members on there. Good morning, Nathan. How good is that? It's always sweet to see a bit of a membership group. I've been absolutely flattered, truthfully, about the support that I get on the channel, whether it's memberships or just chats. I've actually been inundated with messages of support when the news broke that I was moving overseas, and it's been pretty flattering, truthfully. A lot of guys excited for some US content. I don't know how I'm going to go over there, but it'll all be a bit of discovery, hey? As well as the new job, obviously. That's always very exciting whenever you're changing jobs. Question: what model or soft plastic? Yeah, good. So we're just going to start with the basic Baitjunkie. Basic Baitjunkie. It's basically one of my staples. It's one of my staples. So I really enjoy using the motor or grabs. And you can see we're going with a new Daiwa Baitjunkie Jig Head. So I guess during the day we'll talk about a little bit about that. But this is the first time that I've used the final product. I've seen the not final product samples, pre-release products, a number of them. I saw them get 3D printed, and I got a print at home when they were looking at them. Maybe I don't know, a little while ago. But I first came across the Jig Heads. Jesus, it's cold. First came across the Jig Heads when I was at around 2021 at Gippsland at Meetung, the 2021 Meetung round. And I was staying with some people that were talking about it. Were talking about developing their own. And I just saw them there sitting there sketching them and coming up with some ideas. And then that kind of happened, and through the ABT rounds, and slowly, eventually someone produced a sample, and then we used a sample, or the first sample I used, or got to see, that was a horrible attempt, was at a grand final, at the 2021 grand final, I think, and that year. So it took them 12 months, I guess, to get it out. And then over the last 8 months, I've just seen them change certain things on the hooks and the keeper and redevelop what they came up with. It's certainly not their first drawing. Somebody said it's like their 27th drawing or something, or attempt at it. I don't know if that's true. That exact number's true or not, but it kind of checks out. They certainly haven't rushed to market. So this is what they look like. You'll see that a few things pointed out to me, a few things stood out, is that the jig head, right? So the front of the jig head is larger than the traditional jig heads that you've got. And the reason they've done that is because the front face of your plastic on a Baitjunkie is slightly larger. So if I can use another brand, for example, if you were to take TT's jig head, TT's jig head matches the front face of a Z-Man motor oil grub, or Z-Man grub. That's a 2.5 inch, and that front face is smaller because the plastic does that. So the actual face of it is smaller, and the jig head is smaller. However, on the Baitjunkie grub, it is larger. So the front of the jig head face is slightly larger, and that makes everything up front nice and flush. Now, On this boat today, we've only got 1/8 jig heads. That is all we've got. So this deep little area that we're in will work fine. We are a little bit limited. The other thing that you might have also noticed is a flat underside or groove. Oh my God, that's fancy. I've just thrown. I've just done a Lindsay Pryke and thrown my gear overboard, namely my scent. I just threw that overboard instead of throwing the plastic in the water. Great. So a little bit windy, and we'll see how we go. We're going to go as live. We're going to go live as long as it takes for my AirPods or EarPods or whatever they are to stop providing comms. Exactly what we're not meant to do, accustomed to wind. So yeah, that's the deal. Lots of chat. How good is this chat? Legends. Can decide that. Yeah. So Jamie's asked a really solid question there. I'm going to talk about it. I reckon this is going to come up a few times when we talk about this. Let me just stick you there so I can actually talk to you. So I've got a cameraman at the front. So the question is, and it's a valid question, but the question is, Byron, the the jig heads have got a hook on them. You know, they've got a couple of barbs on them. Do they tear the plastic when you go to take the plastic on and off? When you move it around, you know, do they actually tear it? And the answer that I come up with, and it continues to, honestly, it puzzles me, but I appreciate it, and I'll probably talk about it a little bit more, but, man, who's taking the plastic off the jig head? Like, I don't do that. If you put it on correctly, then you're done. Like, why would you go around and continue to take a jig head on and off, a plastic on and off a jig head? Now, openly, I think you might say to me, well, Byron, I like doing that because I can change my color of the plastic and I don't have that many jig heads. And I get this might be a problem that's associated with someone that, you know, doesn't have the exorbitant amount of gear that I do. Because evidently, when I put a jig head or plastic on, like this plastic, for example, if I don't get any bites from this plastic, I'm not taking it off the jig head. I'm snipping the jig head, putting a new one on, and we're going again. So I appreciate why that might be a little bit different. But yeah, as a concept, seldom have I ever actually. Yeah, let's do this. Byron with all the ideas. Have I ever actually taken a jig head off? Nope. Tiny little tap there. But I do think, like from a purist point of view, if you're actually asking, hey, do those little barbs destroy the internals of the plastic as you take the plastic off? The answer is going to be yes. And the answer is going to be yes on every plastic. Like that, I've always found that whenever you're dealing with, it's going to be interesting. I don't really want to look in that way. There we go. I've always found that whenever you're dealing with a jig head and a soft plastic like a grub or a minnow, if you there's nothing as good as that first thread, right? Like if you thread it through the first time and get that jig head perfect, just leave it, never touch it again. But if you pull it out and then re-go and then pull it out and re-go, you're just wearing a cavity out in the middle of the plastic, and you won't. It'll never stick as well as what it could have done. Like you're destroying. What I'm trying to say is, no matter what you're doing, you're always destroying the inside of the plastic. I guess the positive with this keeper that I see is that it's going to bloody hold the thing. Now, on version, I don't know, 3 or 4, the one that I got to see, the the keeper held really, really well. So I couldn't tell you how many fish they got. I feel as though it was 30 at least fish where they caught fish where it was Tom Slater fishing some boat hulls at the Clarence at a grand final. And there's a video up of this, but I classified the actual shot of the plastic because I wasn't allowed to release it at the time, or the jig head. But he went to like 30 fish straight, and that it was nuts. It was absolutely nuts, and he never had to touch the plastic. He never had to refeed it. There's no need now, for super glue. And over the next sort of 6 to 12 weeks, because I'm on long service leave, hey, I'll be fishing a fair bit, and I'll let you know how. I'll see if I can find a pack of fish one day, and then I'll just go like one fish after the next fish after the next fish, and see how many fish I can grab without that keeper needing to be tied on. Rightio. So what else have I got here? Overcast weather. Probably something UV. So if you're talking a day like today, morning, I like the motor oil grub. When there's a little bit more light on, I'll probably switch to a bloodworm. This is the first time I've been here, Truda, since it was February, at the start of the year. And it's cold, the weather's different, so the fish have definitely moved. So we'll do a little bit of hunting later, or in a bit. But I'm just going to chill here for 20 minutes and get all the nerves out. I reckon you'd smash in the States, mate. Jamie, you're too kind, man. Yeah, I can't wait to swing some largemouth into the boat. Or some smallmouth. There's some pretty cool bass getting around, right? Like, I really can't wait to do that. Find a more convenient way to chat to you guys rather than go down and turn around. No, I've never fished a Barwon River. What do you think of the Daiwa Kadachi? Hey, so, man, the Daiwa Kadachi never really got a lot of view time on my channel when they first came out, and I did have a couple a little earlier. Why didn't they get some view time? I went through a bit of a lull, like it was a off season between some tournament rounds, so the whole release was done, and I wasn't ready to go. But I don't mind the Kadachi. It seems to be it's slightly bigger than an SX40 if you're into an SX40, but it's almost like a slightly larger SX40. And they've always been really popular. Um, to be critical of it, and I like so I'll give you the positive. I really like the color range. Like the Kadachi color range is pretty good. The action's pretty good. It's nice. It could be a much more popular lure than what it is. Not a lot of people are saying it's awesome. Not like there wasn't the hype over the Kadachi like there was, say, the Spike 44, which is a bit unfortunate because it's probably deserving of some of that hype. My one critique of the lure is we're not gonna. When you haven't caught a fish in a while and you catch a small fish and it just feels huge. Yeah, that's exactly what's just happened. Excuse me for the sniffles. I stayed at my swag last night, so I got a little bit of a runny nose this morning. My wife would tell you that what I did was just gross. Tiny little flatty start the day. So what was I saying? Saying the Kadachi is probably just a little bit more deserving of a bit more credit than what we give it, but I guess they'll. There you go. So plastic number one. Tiny little flatty. I'll give you a look in a sec. But she's lovely. Maybe 35 centimeters, maybe. Um, so there could have been more credit given to that lure, but the one critique that I had for it when it came out was that it dove to dove it dove to a depth that Daiwa already had covered. Now that's actually not that negative. That feedback is constructive, but it's actually got nothing to do with the lure itself. Like the lure is fine, it's good. But I said to someone when it first came out, or after I'd used it, I was like, "Hey, it's gone to this depth. I think it's like 1.5 meters or something, 5 foot. Like, I'm sure all your lures go to this depth, right? Like, it would have just been nice to have it shallow running, or just been a little bit more bold with the depth that it went to. Regardless to say though, the lure is fine. It just would have been nice to cover it. And I think if it was a shallow runner, maybe like a 2 foot, running around about 60 centimeters, 70 centimeters, I'd probably use it a lot more. But I just like Spike 44. I've got an atomic that does, that kind of depth as well. The atomic Crank 38. That's a good favourite of mine. I do still have SX40s. But I won't lie, like I've got a primary box there and there's 3 Kadachis sitting there. There's one of them as well, a rose Suji colour, on another rod that's just under the deck here. So yeah, I think it's good. So that was just what I wanted today. That was a nice little floaty. What do you think? I also recommend Z-Man motor oil, pretty good too. Baitjunkie, yeah, man. Like, so I've gone to Baitjunkie just because I like the fatter profile. Down here in Victoria, they seem to work okay for me, and um, I just, everyone's got their preferences in fishing, right? So when I first started, I was a tap. When I first started fishing, I was another tap. I've got a tiny little fish playing with this. When I first started fishing, Z-Mans were the thing, and that's what I used. That's what everybody used. Not anymore. Jessica Bale, BTH meat eater crossover would be great here, wouldn't it? So I love meat eater Jessica, and I watched that episode with my kid. And we sit there and watch, hunting deer and whitetail and stuff as old mate goes through the US. And I've got to say, with us moving to the US or thinking about moving to the US, there's really not much around here. So I'm just gonna go wider. We're getting really excited for the possibility of going hunting for deer and having like an American barn with like guns and hunting equipment and catching our own food in the US and stuff. So still trying to work out exactly where to live and how to make that happen. But hunting is definitely something that we are going to get into. Hey, maybe BOS next year. Man, Nathan, I don't know about that. Hey, it's a tough one. I don't know how this will fit, but when you're going to a different country, there's probably I just got to sort my life out with my family and stuff first. So what I'll probably end up doing is just grabbing a backpack and land base, smashing around Florida for a little while. I'm in Florida for the first 4 months at the end of the year, so um, that's where I'll do a lot of my flying training, and then I'll probably just have a backpack or something because I won't have somewhere to live, but I'll have to nick some travel rods from somewhere and get some baitcaster setups and whatnot. I've got one already, but I've got a few actually already, but they're not travel. So I'll get those over to Florida, then I'll start flying again, get on to work, get a little bit of money in the account, and then we'll look at living somewhere. And the question will be at some point, do I buy a boat or do I go for the kayak? Now, both of those things will happen. I just don't know which one I'm going to go first. Kayak might seem like a little bit cheaper as well, so it might be a bit more convenient. So you might see me doing the Hobie BOS stuff. But again, I don't know how to fish for those stuff. So we've been flicking this for half an hour now, and um, caught a flathead. Haven't needed to touch that once so far, right? So there's no super glue on it. The keeper seems to be working a treat right now. We'll keep throwing it around, but I think that's pretty indicative, right? That's pretty good. We're in 5.2 meters, so we are deep. Probably want to be a little bit shallower, so we'll just creep up a little bit into this bank on the left hand side over here. So I'm hoping to do the kayak stuff. We're looking like a 20-21 footer when I get to the States, and I'm really open to make and model, but I've got to tell you what, I've got a preference for this Phoenix. So I don't know if I'm going to get a big 21 footer Phoenix in the States and deck that bad boy out. Obviously this guy, 18.5 foot, she's awesome and she's up for sale, and you should totally buy her. You should buy it. You should buy it for over what I'm asking as well, because that'll help me out in the States. You should definitely do that. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll deck ourselves out over there, and we'll get into some content after that. You know, for the while, you know, if I can't find a boat or anything, I'm sure there's a lot of people down in Florida, and you know, make some friends, whatever. To get on some boats and see how the fishing is now. This live scope's really telling me there's not a huge amount around, so it's gonna go motor in over the side over here. Geez, that angle is actually kind of annoying, isn't it? That's people. The sound is terrible. Sorry, bro. All right. Let me know if the sound is still terrible. Trash. Oh, how can I put a footing on? Just motoring into some shallow ground here. Right, a couple of questions. What reel setup am I using, mate? I've got about 3 on the deck at the moment. I've got a Shimano rig, a couple of Daiwa rigs on here at the moment, but we're trying some new products. So we've got a 732 Infeet that's a new plank design that they've come out with. I've got an Infeet reel. The Shimano Miravel there, both those reels are 2500, and I've got a new top water rod, 752 comes out. It's another Infeet one there. Jesus Christ, it's Infeet everywhere on this boat. Any thoughts on the new Miller rods? No, I have no thoughts on the new Miller rods because I haven't seen them or played with them or touched them. So can't tell you anything about them. Yeah, I wish I could. Do you ever try to mix your plastic collars blood with? Yeah, Michael, I used to do that all the time. I think they call them when you blend them or meld them, or somebody's come up with a weird name. But yeah, when you blend the two colours to come up with the one colour. Totally. Used to do that all the time. Yeah, that I'm breaking up. You can't. So the question is, where can you buy a Shimano Miravel in the store? But I don't think they're out yet, right? Have you been to Queenscliff in Victoria? No, I haven't, Leafy. It's good to see you on here, buddy. But yeah, we're going to get some dropouts today, naturally, through the day. I've only got 30 odd people here as well, so whatever. So the States will be fun. Probably just going to come in here. We'll move along this edge here on the left hand side a little bit, and then if we get nothing for 5 to 10 minutes, probably punch out to the front of the system. The water here is looking really good. It is looking really, really good. I have definitely been at Kuna before after rain, and it's just been yuck and mud and brown everywhere. And that is not the case. It's nice and clear, even though it's overcast, which is nice. And we've got a bit of wind, so the fishing should be good once we do find them today. But like I said, I'm just going to move along this edge for a little bit here. Still 4.5 metres. Edges come up quickly, so we'll do this. So both the reels, the Miravel and the Infeet, I've only been throwing the Infeet so far this morning, but both of them are around about that in that $200 price range. So they're nice, affordable reel. Well, both of them are nice and affordable. It's funny, I got that Miravel and I wasn't the first to use it, but there was some line attached to it that I was like, oh Jesus, who uses this? It's really, really heavy stuff. So I'm not sure if it's the same reel that you saw in all their product testing. It wouldn't surprise me actually. And then after, or the filming, I should say. And then after the filming, here we go. What have I done there? A tiny little bit of a loop nut. Let's try and get rid of that before it gets worse. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, I've just passed it under the spool. That Daiwa was going, what are you doing, mate? I've got one of these situations where it's probably just easier to dealing with a mess. Morning, Anthony. How you doing, mate? I have just put myself in like spotted bother. There's a little bit of wind around, so I've taken myself up. So I'm just gonna quickly unwind. Oops. Jeez, I tell you what, it is bloody cold this morning, eh? Might take us 2 or 3 minutes. Team, I've done a good job with this. So, typically, you wouldn't see any of this because it's all pre-cut and post-production work that I do on my channel, so you don't see any stuff like this. So insert a bit of Benny Hill music as I get through the tangle that I have created. Like it's, I guess, the positive of being generally post-production and not a live channel. Let me know if you like it. If you want more live content, you know, I think it's pretty exciting. I'm not 100% sure whether I'll do it again in the future. Depends on the feedback that you guys give me. But I really wanted to do this live for the ABT rounds. However, there aren't many, or there's only one remaining for the regular home and away season. And then we've got the grand final. It happens to be here at Mallacoota. And I'm really happy that I'm not catching fish in the spot that I've gone live in, because everybody would know where that is at the end of the year. But only one flatty this morning, one tangle. But we'll persist. After I'm done with this, like I said, there's a short edge. I wouldn't mind playing around with just off to my left hand side there. It's a bank that I did the Daiwa slippery dog video on, and got one on every colour. And admittedly, there's been no fish on that bloody bank since I actually did the video. I've gone back, like, I did the video what feels like 2 years ago now, and I feel like I've gone back, I don't know, 6 or 7 times just to prospect and see what's going around, and there's never any fish there. So we'll throw some surface lures over that type of that in a moment, and we'll see how we go. I'll throw a little pimp minnow over there. Man, this is a nightmare. But I want to really play around with the reel, so it's going to take me about a few minutes here, legends. So, meanwhile, I was like, what are you doing? Breaking up sample. Just put the reel down, mate. Don't show everybody that you've put a tangle in it. It's meant to be a good product. It is a good product. I do like I got to admit, when Tom was designing this, really sent me a couple of photos, and I said to him that I was not, I didn't bite off on the reel straight away because I wasn't 100% sure on whether or not I like the color. And I've got to say, it has grown on me. It's one of those reels where you look at it initially and you're like, oh, geez, I don't know about that, and then at some point you kind of reward the reel, if that's the right word, for the boldness of it, and the fact that it's different, and it totally rubs off on you as well. But initially, it's probably right for the price point also. You know, at 230 odd bucks, you can muck around with different colors and try different things and really appeal to people that want something different on the market. And I think that's done that right. We're about 2/3 of the way through this knot now, so 2 more minutes. If you're curious on what I've done, I've wound the line. The line's gotten under the spool, and then in an attempt to undo that, I've used the anti-reverse on the reel, and I've made the knot worse. And now I'm paying a heavy price for it. I'm just going around and round and round and round and round. I know it's riveting stuff. I've probably lost half my audience. Yeah, I should go. There's a harbour there. Yeah, got it. Yeah, I haven't been there. Next question is, hey Ryan, have you hunted in Australia? Only a couple times, and never really like never what I wouldn't call it hunting. Let's just go. No, I've ridden in the back of some cars before with a couple of rifles looking for pigs, with a big spotlight, but I haven't done anything on foot or anything. So I'm in the military, so lots of time in the bush. So we'll see. I was in the military, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we're almost done. The end is near. I can see the end of the knot. Oh, it feels like 10 minutes now that I've been doing this. All right, ask me a question in the chat if you want more topics of conversation. It did occur in a few weeks. Hoping some fish are moving onto the flats and some edges. Yeah, well, man, we're going to try and check that out today. See exactly where these fish are hanging out. I hope they are in the shallows. We tried deep already this morning for probably 20, 30 minutes and got a flatty. So now we're going to go, while the sun is still low, we're going to go and hit an edge up near Goodwin Sands. And see if there's anything biting the surface. I have heard that fish are really enjoying surface right now. So we're going to check that out in a second. This is one of those knots that is just not a pleasure to undo whilst you're in cold, windy conditions and your fingers are freezing. But it's happening. We're almost done. Yeah, almost done. The end is in sight. I'll give you guys actually something to look at because I'm down here. I'm not 100% sure on the delay though. I think there is a delay between what I'm seeing on camera. Surely. Surely you can see what I'm doing. There we go, that's better. I had an awkward situation last night where, so I'm wearing my pajamas right now, but I got a call from my wife when I was about an hour out of home. She's like, do you want these? And of course, they were my clothes I was meant to be wearing today. So I'm in my pajamas that I was wearing last night, but I've technically covered them with some Sims gear, so you can't really tell. Oh, 2 more rounds. Not a bad. It's like a bar crush. Nice place, those. Ew! We are done. Thank you. On. Getting messages left, right, and centre from people going, "What are you doing? Get back to fishing." Yeah, Joe, tell me about it, man. More chatting than I'm fishing. It's what happens when you get a knot, right? So I think micro jigging has a place in the scene. They've never done it, so maybe. Yeah. Who knows? Good question, though. Probably not. Excuse me. There we go. More chatting than I'm fishing. It's probably about. We'll only give this spot probably 5-10 minutes, and then there's a little. Oh, yeah, there we go. It's nice too. I'm just going to let that run a little bit. Picked it up off the bottom. Yeah, it's nice. Oh, shit. Oh, we've released all the pressure. Hopefully the fish is still there. Yeah, it is. Good. It's a rock shell. Absolute rock shell. Oh, a little bit of weight. Look what she's doing there. There we go. Yeah, she's nice. Nice Mallacoota brimbos. Probably 600 grams. Maybe 700 grams. Yeah, I think 700. She's wrapped up, which is why she's feeling a little bit heavier than what she is. I don't think you guys can see. There we go. Get in that hole! There we go. Yeah, nice brimbos. Good. Good. Well, we won on the live stream. Rightio. Oh, it's bigger than what I thought. Probably closer to 900. Oh, fatty. Okay. Rightio. But you stop moving around. There we go. Jesus, she's a big fish. Here's me calling it for 600. Rightio, legends. So, she's chunky, right? There you go. Right. Now, things to look for. Check the jig head out. I haven't touched it yet. But does it need to be reseated? Has it been pulled off? Doesn't look like it has. If anything, it's cramped up a little bit more, but yeah. That's not the most ideal photo, but there we go. Nice little brimbo to start. Real tall. Standard cruiser, real fat. Really fat. Oh, look, I should probably show you how haven't I? Jig head and plastic is still seated. No changing. Yeah, good fishy. Good fishy. Not the hugest, but what we might do is run the live well and see if we can get. Oh, here we go. Wide angle. Yes, that's what we want. So we'll start the live well. We'll get some fish in and see if we can get a best live today. That's probably going to be about it's probably a 35, close to a 35 angle. Sorry, 35 full fish. Josh D, the most popular fisho in Australia, is on the chat. Yeah, we're all big fans. Hey, Muller. Big fans of Josh. He's done a lot with his channel. I'm really impressed with the way that kid's gone. Shouldn't really call him a kid, but whatever. Now that guy picked it up off the bottom, so we'll see how we go again on that. But yeah, I've just seen that channel grow and gone. It's gone leaps and bounds, and it's been really impressive to watch. It's been really enjoyable. Really raw content in that, it's honest. And I'm a big fan of it. Hey, I actually tied in with him. I don't know, Josh, how long have we been friends for now? Tom's Fishing is in love with you. It's a bit close. But Josh will be, I don't, probably, it's about a year, Josh, that we've been talking. But he's deleted his comment. Come on, Tom, deleted your comment. Yeah, I probably started talking to Tom about a year ago, and just sharing ideas on channels, and realistically, it's just me spamming our chat, going which thumbnail should I use because I can never decide on the thumbnail, and when the best time to post videos were and whatnot. It's been a really cool little relationship or chat that we've had together, and it's been really awesome to see his channel grow. I've got a lot of time for Josh. I'm keen to see how to go this summer. I don't think that anything negative is happening there at all. So I'm going to burn that and then stop it and see if that works. Nice brimbo to start the day. We're in 2 meters now. We're just coming up. Yep, there we go. So that burning seemed to work. There must be, same size as before. Really don't want to. Yeah, she's darker though. She's come out of that weed I burnt it across the top of. Ha yeah! We're on them. How good is this? Rightio. Another good size. Those poles down at the back. Another 700-800, probably close to 8. Bigger head. Yellow, this one, but it's funny, right? So this is darker than the fish that we had in the net before. But it's bigger. It's not as thick. It's thinner, but it's a yellow fin because you can tell the yellow back on it as well. Get my hands all through that show. It's just my fish are going nuts. Not very much. Guess I don't like getting hooked in the face, so that checks out. There you go. That's another one. You'll see. Let's do this again. We'll take the plastic off. Actually, it's pinned to the top of the mouth. I won't need some pliers to do that. Whew. Now what we're going to try and do, I'm going to be a chump and try and change things up. And go for a top water. Because that came out real, this fish came out really shallow. This fish just not give me my pussy back. Yeah, come on, nice fish. There we go. Alright, it's two 700s at least, maybe 800 grammers from two casts actually. That's pretty cool. I'm like an idiot. I'm going to change my lure. No, we didn't. Yeah. Let's see if I can go 3 for 3. Let's have a look at how this is going out. Oh, it's pretty good actually. I've, oh, oh no, that's it. I've just twisted twisted the line around. Now just retie it. There we go. Whoop. Step on the line. Don't step on the line. Right. So that's the same weed I had before, and it's quickly over the top. Stop. Drop to the bottom. See how we go. This actually reminds me of that day when I got those fish on the slipping dog in one of every colour videos. I wonder how that video's going actually. I haven't had a look at it. That was an overcast day with a lot of wind, and tell you what, that last fish just crushed the lure. Just came up and just went hunk, mine. After I just burnt it, I'm gonna try and burn it again. Now, if these guys are on the outside of this, so what I've got in front of me, I know it's hard to tell, but I'm going to try and describe it. So I've got a bank of sand over here, and the sand is almost all under. There's not a lot of it. And there's water on the other side of the bank. There's water on this side of the bank, and between me and that bank, there's a finger running along the bank of weed, and I've just cast on this deeper side of that finger of the weed. I've gone over the top of the weed, and then I've pulled the lure. So it's on the weed now. It's coming across the top of the weed. Now it's stopped, and I've just stopped it like on the sand side. I'm hoping that there's a fish kind of just cruising along, has seen it, and has seen it fall to the sand on the other side of the weed and in the the open area, and then the fish might be interested in it. But a couple of fish to start the day. 3 fish now. One flatty, 2 really nice bream. It's funny, those bream are really nice. Not bad bream at all. Not at all. Both of those fish hit that lure at the bottom as well. What I might do, I mean, just in 2 meters on the deeper edge before that finger I was talking about. I'm just gonna go hit the deep side here. See if there's a fish coming in. Wind's picked up just a little bit. Tom's fishing is getting involved in the chat. Loving it, bruh. So videos to come. For the 35 of you that are watching now, videos to come. We've got my wife is calling. This is going to be like Inception. It doesn't work for some reason. I tried to pick it. Convenient. So got a few videos to come. I'll just get this ears covered so that you don't hear the wind as badly. Firstly, we'll do some reel specific stuff. So we'll do some stuff actually on the reels that we're throwing today, and I'll go through some data and specs, and introduce them, and the Miravel included. I'll show you probably the rod that I'm most excited about this year. There's one rod that has already. I don't know. But it's probably my pick of the rods, and it's a rod for the Victorian market that is better than everything else that I've used so far. And I'm talking about twitching. So I'm talking about jerk baits. This rod I was playing around with for a while actually, and I took a guide off it and had to send it back to the manufacturer. And I wish I could get another one back. I think I've asked them like 4 or 5 times. I'm not going to ask them again. But there's a jerkbait rod that I absolutely love, and it is better than the other jerkbait rods that you have seen on the channel. It's more affordable than those, and it's my pick of the year. It's my rod of the year, if that's a thing so far. I'm not sure if I'm going to get any top water blade, but let's go this. So right now I've got the 752 rod, the brand new top water rod that's coming out. That is on a T black, and I've got a loop knot that's now gone. T black reel. I'm going to go in shallow here, see what we can find. I'll turn the hydro on actually. See if I can grab a fish or 3 from. The last couple of fish we grabbed were on a motor oil grub. Not really seeing a lot of chasing of my top water lure so far. And now we've just come up into, we're in 2 metres now. The transducer is, but we're about to come up onto the ridge. Yeah, here we go. Now we're in shallow, probably in a 2 foot of water. And this is where I think I was getting those other fish. Nice convenient little drift that will go down here. And you can tell that's Township and Mallacoota in the background there. So I'm really going to stay here for 5 minutes then. It's hard to leave when you look for a really nice fish like that. Really, that room's slightly deeper water than what we're at. So maybe the bigger fish are tucked in on the drop off. But we're probably going to throw this around the shoulders just for a few minutes to see what's going on. I wouldn't mind a little jerkbait or something. We got double clutch 48. That's happening. In a second. Actually, probably too short for that. That's a swirl. Got snotweed everywhere over here. Not a lot of clean green weed. Lots of snotweed. You will get fish out of it, but just in my experience. Motor's tucked into the weed there. Yeah, so you get fish out of it, just in my experience. I don't get a lot of fish out of it. You guys be like, go back to that spot where there was heaps and heaps of fish. Why you even move after you catch those fish? You idiot. You know what? You're right. So it's funny, uh, the amount of talking that you do when you're doing, say, a live stream or you're filming yourself on camera is pretty interesting. You often get people pull up in boats next to you, or that are fishing in proximity, or your non-boater or your co-angler when you're fishing a tournament. They constantly think that you're talking to them, or you're just crazy because you're talking to yourself the entire time. Just check this camera, and they're right. I totally crazy. And you need to be a little bit with your vlogging because you kind of like to talk to a fictitious person at home. By the audience, which is you guys. Alright, you guys don't want that fish. It's probably 5, 6 casts over an area where I'm pretty confident there are fish. But this is the last cast for the top water in this little spot. Throw those poles down for a sec. Oh, well, we had one little swirl then, but I don't think things are good. So we're changing it up. We're going to go back up. Well, actually, no. Let's go for a check real quick. Uh, okay, so this is definitely one of my favorite lures. When they first came out, the story behind it, when it first came out, I just love the thing. Just have so much confidence in that lure catching fish. And I think once you got confidence in the lure catching fish, it's pretty hard not to throw it. And it doesn't catch fish. So it caught fish for me at Tassie, Dog Clutch 48. I had a great couple of days throwing that thing around. A little bit of a different colour to what I'm using here though. It's more flashy down there. Here I've just got the matte prawn on. I'm sitting in 0.7, but I've just thrown it to probably about 1.5 and just bring it back to me. All the twitches down there. Um, you know what? I'm not gonna pop down. Let's pop. Let these piles make up. Let's cover some ground. But really, like I love the 48 because it's got that erratic movement that all the other ones do. But the great thing about it is that it's this bite size where my target species, brim, don't really think to don't have a second thought about eating the thing because it's just the right size for a little bait to smash and eat right then and there. And because of that, um, you know, I like it. So I'm just giving you a couple of short little twitches here and there. It probably looks like I am going quite quickly, but I'm actually drifting quite quickly. And the benefit of having some nice gear is that you can feel the actual movement. You know what? 1.8 meters now, and I've in the light's got showing me that there's fish deep. Fuck, you know what? Lots of bait fish deep. Let's go back to this guy. Why would I change? Let's throw this guy out. Hold it down. For some reason, I managed to put my poles on slow-mo mode. So it took me about 10 years to get into the water. I'm sure someone can message me and tell me how to change that. I'm sure somebody knows as well. All right. 2 meters of water. There's fish and bait stacked up. Now let's be curious. I'll be curious on whether they're actually eating or not. I wouldn't be surprised if when I caught these fish before, they came off that drop off, or they did come off a drop off just behind a weed line. Nice if you pick up a couple more, I reckon. Complete a bag early this morning. Those two fish, yeah, I'd be really happy calling those two fish in my well right now, 1.6 in total. It'd be nice if I could get 4 kilos or so this morning. And we'll change things up. So I don't know if I'm going to get reception up where I was thinking about going, so I'm a little bit cautious about that. But we might go to the mouth. I really like the mouth of Cuda. There's an edge over there that I might be able to throw some water around, get a little bit of activity, a little bit of funds. Right, for the chat, I'm going to come to you in a second. See you, mother. Yeah, you're right, Christine. If it was summer, top water would be insane, particularly when there's nobody here. A lot of cloud cover. Damn yeah. It's a tiny little tap. I was just a bit too premature on that. Yeah, cloud cover. Good amount of wind as well. There's going to be bad weather rolling through here, I think. And it is cold. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. I see snotweed. Just drop that into the wrong type of weed. And I've got fish everywhere on the live scope. So we'll do this. And then we'll move. Good sized fish though this morning. Those 2 fish that hit the boat. Somebody could go back and grab a screenshot of those and maybe message them to me. That'd be heaps of fun. I don't know if you want to get that involved, chat, but up to you guys. Yep, 2 bream, 1 flatty. So 2 really nice bream, 800s, 700, 800s. One's a little bit bigger than the other. And 1 flatty that's probably, I called for about 35, so a little bit small. I guess we're getting some content online. That's a good thing, right? But we're moving. Done. We are done. Not catching any fish. So the spot we're going to go to now is a spot that I've not fished a lot, but it's good. So I think the guy that won the last OBT was there. Try and jerk bait. He's throwing top water actually. So the top water rod will come out a little bit. We'll angle it so that we just drift across this shallow flat. It's a rocky flat, so there'll be a fair bit of rubble, a bit of a coral that comes up with the rod. Sorry, with the lure if we bump the hooks into them. How good. But yes, it is very cold this morning. I would like to know how to flip my footage around. I guess I can just take the camera out, turn the camera around. Feel like what? One of the poles is struggling. There we go. Should have that going. Oh, cold. Cold, cold, cold. Now, I reckon there's about 15 seconds between. Me actually saying something and then it going live. Ready to go fast? Does anyone know if he did, in fact, get to my question about lake mackerel, specifically Spears Point? What about fishing at Spears Point? I'm just scanning. Yeah, Spears Point at Lake Macquarie does fish really well, man. It's a really nice area to work those edges. I found that, like for me, it doesn't really recharge overly well, so I do get fish out of it. But I've only ever got like big fish, and only on the first pass. After the second and third pass, I haven't really got much there. But there's certainly fish there. It's Lake Mac is one of those things where you need to be in the right place. Like it's either the south of the lake is biting, or the north of the lake is biting, or the east or the west. It's never bloody the whole. So it can be quite variable. Now, gents, I don't know how this is going to go with volume, but I've got the ear pods on, and we're going to go. So. Let's see. now looking for a bank. So I should start with, I don't have my social map, which is really inconvenient on the Lawrence unit. So I am just guessing where we're going. Right, I'll give you a bit of an idea where we are. So we're at the front of Cooter. We are not at the very front, but I'll show you in a second. The township's over there, right hand side, and behind a couple of the islands. I always forget the name of the islands, but some of the other towns. This is the little area that the brothers used to make his way into the township using the channel markers. So we're at the front using the channel markers. That's a bit of the guide on the wrong side of the channel markers. Hopefully it's not too bad right now. And the sounder is telling me that we're slowly but surely getting a shallow spot. Tell me, is the audio still good? Or not? And 7 foot right now. Oh, I'm getting 6 foot. And here comes the rubble. Right, turn right now. Swap these around. There you go, legends. Now we're in 4 foot. So throw a bit of top water around. See if they like this bent minnow. Looks like there could be some fish. Yeah, there is. There's definitely fish. Look at them. Straight away, you're like, oh, hello. You know what? Look at them all running around. Oh my goodness me, what have I disturbed? Gotta work out what they want to eat here. If they're here, they are here. I really would love a surface bite. Uh-oh, uh-oh. That was a bird. Go away. That bird? That one there? Just tried to eat the lure. It's coming around again. Look at the top water. A day like today. The temperature like where it is. Knowing those other fish smash those lures deeper. Fine. I'll put the double clutch. I'll put that away and pull the double clutch out. No need to convince me. Cold. Five, six, seven, eight. So when I turned up, there were fish absolutely everywhere. So I suspect I've disturbed the schoolgirls. Basically. So I'm going to go start cycling through and drifting so that we stumble on the next set of on the next school. Hoping anyway. In summer, there's usually always a school of whiting on Goodwin Sands in the backside. Wouldn't mind going over and actually grabbing a feed. I put that live well on recirc so we don't kill any fish. What weather conditions are my favourite and why? These ones. Overcast, wind, but a little bit warmer. Yeah, that is a fish on. Why? Because fish get real confident. Fish get real confident with biting, and they're not conscious of birds coming out, which means if they're not conscious of birds coming out, they bite for longer, and that morning bite goes for longer. There we go. Oh, yeah, here we go. Not as big as the other guys. Hey, little guy. Little guy, still 500 grams. The grub's killing it this morning. Grub's absolutely killing it this morning. Long fish. Here's the smallest this morning. Give him the live well. Right back in. Yeah, these conditions are going to be my favourite. Ah, see? Didn't touch again. Third fish in a row. Actually, fourth fish now. I haven't touched that. I haven't touched it or reseeded that jig head all morning. How cool is that? I reckon that's pretty cool. You might not. I think it's really cool. So that guy picked that up off the bottom as well. That was cast over a sandy area off to the left here, in between two weedy areas, and then just stopped. I've basically done the same thing on this side here. So far this morning, everything has come on a grub. Shallow and deep. Yeah, these are definitely my favourite conditions. Joel Crosby reckons if I was using a 3.5-inch grub, I'd be catching even more. Now, Joel Crosby is a 3.5-inch lover. And he has an interesting theory, and I don't necessarily not mind it. So his theory is that because everybody's throwing 2.5 inches grubs, that throwing the 3.5 shouldn't make too much of a difference and will actually catch you more fish because they're not used to seeing it as regularly. And I don't disagree, but I just don't like throwing a 3.5-inch grub because it's too. I think it's too big. But yeah, Crosby knows what he's doing with the fishing, so maybe I should listen to him. He's also talking about going to. There's a trip. The boys are going for cod next week. I hear. So I've put in for leave with the wife. I've got leave from work. I just don't know if I've got it from the wife yet. So hopefully we can go. Don't have a kayak though. All those guys are going to be in kayaks, so it's going to be that one dude with the boat. I'm sure by the end of the trip, everyone will try and come up with excuses as to why they should be on the boat with me as opposed to the car. They're on kayak. Not really much in the open sandy area. I got that fish out of a little bit of traffic. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Actually, I don't know if I can. I'm just going to message somebody and ask them if I can use a bait. I'm not sure if I'm going to use it. If you're somebody with a company that has anything to do with me, look at your phone for a second, would you please? There you go. Hey, bro. See, I didn't say the name. Hey, bro. Those insert bank name that I'll say on the live stream. released yet. So it's not limited. Let's see what he comes up with. Alright, nothing so far here. Keep the trip going. So a couple of videos to come. First one that I am definitely going to do at some stage is my thoughts on the Australian fishing industry, controversial, and sponsorships. So we're totally going to talk about that now. I know there's a lot of like influencers out there. They go, I get constantly asked about X, Y, Z, and whatever. I don't really get asked constantly about sponsorships because it's pretty well known that I've only got two, and one's HWS and Belly Pro. They're both of the guys that I would say that have financially helped me the most. Um, but a lot of people think that I'm sponsored by a number of different brands, and they ask, how do you get in bed with those brands? And I just feel that there's probably some advice that I could provide to people that might want to fill that content creation space and how you make connections to do that. Now, I'm no expert at it, but I've been doing it for a couple of years and it's been a lot of fun. So I'm just going to talk about what worked for me. Might not work for everybody, but what worked for me. And that's totally going to be a video. Hopefully that inspires some guys to fill a gap. Because there admittedly may be a slight gap in content with me kind of going overseas. So I'll still be doing the reviews, right? Like I can do reviews somewhere else. It doesn't need the species of fish I'm catching really doesn't matter. So I'll still be doing reviews, but I'll just be in a different space. Now I'd be curious to see who in the Australian YouTube space tries to move in on a little bit of the market share that I currently hold, and it'll be cute to watch. Good on them. Good, and there's plenty of space. I should also say that's not me being cynical. There's plenty of space in the fishing industry for as many YouTubers as possible. The audience is there for it. You know, the fishing industry here in Australia is not as big as other places in the world, but it's got plenty of room for more content creation, particularly when quality content at the moment is so hard to find. Like, there are certainly people that I have looked up to over the years that are on television in particular that have created some really solid content and TV shows for years and years and years, and they've been great to watch. But I just feel a lot of that is just too arty for me. So, with that in mind, yeah, that was some weed, wasn't a fish. Yeah, with that in mind, there's lots of spaces for people to get out there to start a camera and do exactly what I'm doing, and get some benefits to that. Benefits, I mean, when I talk about benefits, I mean gear. Now, a lot of people do think that sponsorship is about, receiving a discount or whatever. If you're getting like this is world according to Byron, and I'm probably stepping out of line a little bit. Call it controversial, but if you think in any business model with any business around the world, we're talking about fishing specifically here, but in any business model, if you think that signing up to a company and then that company saying all you can do is use our gear, and also we're going to give you $500 worth of store credit at full retail cost, and you can use that $500 to supply yourself with gear through the year, that actually is only probably costing that business $100. After you take the markup of retail and their own profit after import and all the rest of it, you're joking with yourself. So that's not a sponsorship, is what I'm trying to say. So there's a huge left and right of arc of what people will do to commit with a brand, and hey, look, it's just my opinion that because people in the industry, because fishermen, just casual fishermen before, it's kind of sold their left nut to get in to start a relationship, and they'll accept so little. In my opinion, it's fundamentally one of the reasons why there's no money. That you could flow into why there's not a lot of money in tournament fishing compared to other countries, and I think it actually starts there. If you're a business and you understand this concept called return of investment, which every business should, you get a much higher return of investment, or you can get a much higher return of investment doing one thing than something else, and having a sponsored angler is cheap. It's so cheap, and it's just so rude. But I also appreciate that not every angler, a lot of anglers out there think that they're really self-entitled just because they can win a fishing comp, and just because you can win a fishing comp doesn't necessarily translate to selling product, and that's really what a business is looking for, right? So, yeah, a little bit of event there, if it somewhat made sense, but it's a big topic that I've got a fair bit to talk about. I've got a little bit of an opinion on too, so I'm definitely going to do some sort of video that pertains to that. Of course, we'll look at some new gear, and I'd really like to do a vid about the different waterways that are around there that I really enjoy fishing, and where to go fishing and what to look for at certain times, and how I break down the system. Clearly, I'm not doing too well at the job this morning, although I got 4 fish. Um, I'd love to do something like that. I think that would be pretty cool. Then we've got some things that are pretty outstanding that I've actually filmed already. That I haven't released. So there's a Tassie one with Chromo that is an outstanding little docu-series. I really love doing that. But I haven't released it yet because I'm just not happy with the way a couple of the chapters flow in together. So the storytelling isn't that great. So just working on that, tweaking that over the next week or so. We've got the Garland Force versus Little Rance Ghost because there's no clear winner. There's a bit of a leak there. One of them is so much better at one thing than the other, and the other one is so much better at the other thing than the other. And there's no disparity. They're like, if you're one type of fisherman, you need one of the motors, and if you're another type of fisherman, you should have the other type of motor. But one is totally not better than the other, and both of them got their flaws. This one's got the Ghost has got one. Sorry, the Garland Force has got one major flaw that I just think is a huge letdown. If it didn't have that flaw, the thing would just be dominant. And that's this thing I'm standing on. There's a hint. This pedal thing. It's like I'm controlling this sick space age technology driven electric motor that's got live scope capabilities and is brushless and makes no sound. It's awesome. With a $2 toy cart foot pedal that's manufactured on the same level as my kid's $5 Thomas the Tank Engine train in our toy room. It's gross particularly because of the way you interact with it, right? So my connection with my tool that I'm using here at the front is all through my foot, and admittedly the remote is outstanding though, but the connection with this specific tool is via the foot pedal, and that's how I interact with that piece of equipment. And if that's not enjoyable to use, then you may as well throw the whole thing in not swearing, in the bin. Separately though, It's got its strengths. It's got its strengths. And it's got its strengths over Lowrance in a couple of different areas. In that it makes no sound. This top water game is really not working here. Let's go back to the grub after this cast. And that reset pump is probably just making a bit too much noise. I'm going to turn that off. Peter H. Man. Ha! Peter H. Man asks, how are you finding the Garmin Veers versus what I had before? I didn't even know he asked that question, but that's pretty timely. So what I had before, I had the Lowrance Ghost before, another brushless motor. So both of them were brushless, are brushless, I should say. That's the word. Um, and yeah, they're both they are definitely different. Um, they're definitely different. I think if you're going to run a full suite, right, like a full, how do I describe this? Like full Ghost, HDS Lives, or Garmin's, or 84 series sounders, then you're going to be happy with whichever direction that you go. Both of them are really outstanding. But if you're not going to do that, and you're going to split, I think you need to be careful about and the way that you split your gear up, because the compatibility and the way that this boat talks to itself, from all the different components, is actually a real strong point. Um, and it's one of those situations whereby if you choose a brand that you're happy with, and let's say you were to go with Garmin or Lowrance or Minn Kota, I do feel that your boat can be more than the sum of its parts. So, as an example, I've got the two Minn Kota Raptors on there. I've got a Lowrance helm unit. I've got a Garmin bow unit, and the Garmin electric, right? When it was all Lowrance, um, and if it was power pole, that'd be sick because everything talks to each other, and I can control the poles from my Lowrance unit up the front if that's what I had. And that's one of those situations where it is better. Like, having a whole of boat experience matters and counts, but it also costs a lot of money. Uh, and I can tell you, the 360 that Minn Kota have, that transducer that image is in my opinion, more better than having a light scope. But that's something else. Now, this plastic that we tied on at the start of the day, it's been thrown 100 times now. It's been bitten. It's been dragged through shallow weed. We're in 0.5 right now, in weed patches, and not once has it needed to be reset so far. So, in terms of like bookkeeper, what could you want more out of that Jighead? Out of the Jigheads, it's just fucking insane. It's insane. It's good. So this fish around. Eat my lure. Right. Excuse me. So I'm going to put a lure on that you're not allowed to see, and I'm not going to show you, and I'm going to cast it so that you can't see it. It's horrible for me to do this. I want to show you everything, but this one I'm just not allowed to yet. I was hoping it got released after, and it didn't. So you notice how I'm going to hold it out of the frame like that. But this is the new 742 LFSS solid tip, 22 Infeet. It's the AGS special edition. Whoopsie. I have just high sticked that. That wasn't good. What is going on there? Just let me look at this. Oh no. What have I done? Ah man, I had the line wrapped around the rod. What an idiot. What an idiot. So I've high sticked that and I've had the rod, I had the line wrapped around the shaft of the, like I haven't guided it through all the guides correctly. Oops. They're not gonna be happy about that. And what's happened is that I've got it snagged in some weed here. There it is. I don't really know. Oh, chat, don't crucify me too much for doing that. Do not crucify me too much. Rightio. We'll just avoid and ignore that ever happened. Oops. But that's fishing. So I'm just going to clean that up a little bit to get the line back. Uh-oh. Done. No, well, it was a good rod. It was a good rod. But that 742, so it's a technique specific rod for flick baiting, and flick baiting is not my thing. It's not a huge space that I get involved in. So Cromo's a huge flick baiter, and he the rod was designed for him, and I don't. So the one that I've had there is probably 7 or 8 months old. There, I took it to Tassie at the start of the year. But not a technique that I use. It's really quite stiff and long. So it's for casting really long, lightly weighted like duros and flick baits. And uh, you've got to, when you hook up, you've got to give because the rod is just so stiff, and you've got to play the fish all in like the arm, and your arm is the suspension as opposed to the rod. And I would say it's definitely not. I think Mark said it himself when he designed the rod. It's like it's not for everybody. I definitely think it's for the advanced fisher, if that's the right way of putting it. Certainly, I wouldn't be recommending it to a guy that's just. If a guy said to me, "Hey Byron, I'm getting into bream fishing. I want to throw some soft plastics," I wouldn't say that rod because it is. It's a flats rod. It's a long casting, light weighted flats rod. That was a fish that just chased that to the boat. It's been unfortunate. But oh well, snap the rod, no doubt. I'll get in trouble for that somehow. There is sign everywhere on this flat. As we make our way around, I can see little nose divots, if that's the right word. Little divots in the water in the sand from the fish eating. But you are correct, Peter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think I've said it before. I snapped a Shimano rod on camera, and I've just got the opinion that with the amount of gear that personally I go through, of course I'm going to snap gear, and um, and it's going to happen to someone. It's going to happen to me regularly. I honestly, I don't think that you'll ever find a manufacturing process that is 100% every single time. So, when I snapped that Shimano rod, I was straight on the phone to them. I showed them the video, and they sent a replacement out. It was outstanding. And most customer service reps these days, or most companies, like, I think if you snap a rod, it's part of the experience. If you what I did to that rod is 100% me. If you look at that thing, so that's a high stick, pull, pop. What do you expect? It happens. But we're going to go back to a deeper side of this little area, and then we're going to head over to the mouth. Now, the mouth is where this other spot over my shoulder, where I fished with Lindsay Pryke earlier in the year. And we were pulling fish after fish. Geez, it was a good experience. But the tide was flowing hard, and all we were really doing was throwing a lure out and letting the tide sort of waft the lure, and it was going past, the fish's face, and I was smashing it. Let me have a look. Chat, what do you got to say? Nothing more. Why did that happen? So high sticking. So I high stick the rod, had it up, and I was pulling it a bit too hard. More than the rod was made for. How many have we got? We've got 21 on the chat. It's all right, isn't it? 21 on the chat. 21 on the chat, and we've got some fish. So we'll put those poles down. Right, chat. Now, I will talk more if you chat more. Give me something to talk about, and I'll talk about it. That was a little tail tap. Something's after it. Good morning, El Haj. Is that how you say your name? Yeah, that's what we're doing. So, Infeet's in the hand right now. You know what? I haven't used a mirror. Let's try the Miravel on. I'll pull this line in, and we'll go. Both reels are around about the same price range. Um, oh, Come back for it, please. Come back for it. Both reels around about the same price range. The thing that I think is exciting about the Miravel, man, are you going to hit this or what? It must be a small fish just mucking around with it. It's a CI4, so we're dealing with that composite body that's really been awesome for some of the other brands. So some of the other ranges like the Stratic or the Vanford. So there's a fair bit of that material in there, and I think that's definitely a good move. It's also it's funny. I reckon one reel. I reckon this reel appeals to a type of person, and then that reel appeals to a type of person also. And I reckon they're different. I think the Miravel is definitely, what's the right word? More conservative and mainstream, and I don't know if the right word is cleaner, but it's definitely more mainstream. And I think that's pretty exciting. And customers will like that. And the Infeet is probably for someone just a little like likes, wearing a bit more of a brighter color. In terms of attire and style. One is definitely there's two different markets being appealed to there. And I think that's pretty cool. Rightio. Wish I could show you this live scope somehow, but there's definitely fish around. So here's the Miravel. It's got some thicker braid that's the backing on it at the moment, and I've put some blue braid over the top of it. That I'm generally not a huge fan of. I just like green stuff as opposed to blue stuff, but yeah, we'll see how this goes. Check the drag. So I've had a couple of fish this morning, some nice sized ones. Just working the front side of the bank right now. Behind me, that way is a shallow area. In front of me is a deeper area, so we're close to the bank. Um, we might just drift down it. Let's do that. Raptors are coming up. And instead of a motor oil, which I think is probably the colour, I've just thrown a bloodworm on just to vary things up just a little bit and see how that goes. Nice cast. That came off the reel really well, actually. Copy it in some weed. I can feel the weed every time I touch the bottom. Four fish, one snapped rod. Cold day out, runny nose. Good live stream audience interacting. Lots of chat going on. Pumped about that, hey. All right, what's your thought on the anti-reverse switch being added to the Infeet? I thought they wouldn't do that to help prevent water ingress. Not something I have seen many on these reels these days. All right, so oh damn, I thought that was a fish. Anti-reverse switch. The thing that sits on the top. Right, so Miravel does not have it. Infeet does have it. So that's for another type of fishing that I am not all over. So I don't use it. I've not ever used the reverse function on a reel. It'd be good actually to talk to Tommy and send him a message and ask him why he put that got put on there. It wouldn't surprise me if Infeet is they're trying to appeal to a number of different markets around the world with that product, and that's why they've got that reverse switch on there. But I personally, world according to Byron, I think it's redundant. Um, I've never seen anybody use it that I've fished with in the tournament space, and I've never used it personally. Every time I flick the switch, I find myself in trouble. Like I can tell you that I find myself, you know, 15 seconds away from a knot. So that's me personally. So I do definitely feel that. What am I trying to say? Is that a fish? Feels like a fish. Yep. So personally for me, there we go. Miravel fish number one. There you go. That was on the bloodworm. So nothing on the motor oil for about like 30 casts or so. Change it up to the bloodworm. Within 3 or 4 casts maybe. What do you reckon, guys? Something like that. Felt that guy on there first, just playing with it. There we go. He's trying to get his base off it. Yeah, let me angle you down. I wonder if I can angle you down a little bit. There you go. Not a good size. Not as big as those other 800s, but maybe another 500 from a distance. Give you a look at him. Oh man, the way that these jig heads just hold those plastics there, mate. I reckon. So I'll probably do another video on this, but I reckon, just talking out aloud, 12 months from now, let's fast forward the tape. I'll say it, but I reckon the majority of boats around Australia, definitely the tournament boats, definitely without a doubt, are not using. Well, I should say, are using the Baitjunkie jig heads. Look at that jig head. It's still planted and seated well up against after a fight. It ain't moving anywhere. That's pretty cool, eh? Says the Miravel. Fish number one for the Miravel. Should be pushing 500. I've got a tendency to underestimate, but I reckon she's about 500. Pop that out. Yeah, so like, there's no need to reseat that plastic. It's already there. Right. Excuse me. That's gross. That needed. Right, so that's Brimbo number 4, I think. Yeah, right, that answers your question. What's the drag sound like? It sounds pretty traditional. Bit tinny. Probably sounds standard. It doesn't sound. What's the right word here? I don't think it sounds like an upper class. If that's even a word, like an upper class. Oh, yeah. I love fishing. I love it. So it's been. Let me think. How long has it been since I've been fishing? Like 8 weeks? 9 weeks? Oh, good fish. Actually, no, but it's probably smaller than the last. Yeah, it is. Cheers. Smallest one of the day. Just clobbered her face as well. Smallest one of the day, which completes the 5. Um, there you go. Now looking at this thing, I feel as though this might be 400 grams. Makes me think the other small one's probably 600 or so. Right, so that's 5 in the bag. Let's start the culling process. All in the slightly deeper water, so we're off the edge here in a deeper area. Let me think. Oh, that can't be right. The transducer on this is 0.9, but it's definitely deeper. Maybe it's just because we were in like half a metre before, or I could see lots. Alright, so it's getting thrown in over there. Right. Spanish Eagle says, thanks for the content. I love the name Spanish Eagle. How cool is that? Nice little patch of fish that we've just found out. Might mark this actually. Spot 1067 marked. So I will say, one of the big tips that I say to people, I think recording, as in write or keeping a library, is a really important aspect to fishing. We don't learn if we don't, understand why we caught fish when we caught fish, and eventually, particularly in the first few years of any kind of trade where you're in some sort of learning or apprenticeship stage, if you like, um, you don't know squat, and that's cool not to know squat. Like I didn't know anything about editing. Look at my first few videos, man. They were trash videos. Um, but yeah, so you need to keep a catalogue, is what I'm trying to say. So a diary of your catches, and some people talked about they would keep a book. I remember when I first started, they were talking about writing down all the catches and the seasons and the times and dates and whatnot. And I just do the modern version of that, and I hit mark. And initially, when I started doing hitting mark on my sounders, um, I did it for everything, all the small fish, all the big fish, and then I changed it to only legal fish. And what I did then, and what I did after a while, was that I split the year into 4 seasons, and then I coloured my fish differently for the seasons. So when I look at my map, I can see where in winter, like all my white marks or white pitches of fish are, where I got them. Check this out. This is live scope. This is live scope. Check this out. There you are. What up? What up, fishes? Just hanging out. And that'll be that. I won't be able to catch any of those, but check them out. Now, that's the thing I like. One of the things I really like about LiveScope, right, is that I might not necessarily be able to catch those, but I have a good understanding right now that there is bait and there is fish around. And for bream fishing, that's how the LiveScope works. It doesn't necessarily work for targeting individual fish. Do I use scent often? Yeah, most times. I figure it just can't hurt. I don't use it constantly. Like it's not I won't not throw a lure without scent, but um, it's definitely a default. There are tubs getting around. Man, I need to get some of these jig heads in a lighter weight, like a 116. We've only got them in a 1/8 today, so I'm trying to throw them right now over a weed bed, and we're just going straight into the weed. Obviously, it's a bit frustrating. But, it's okay. Watto, bro, you didn't need to do that, man. You didn't need to do that, but you're a legend for doing that. You leave me speechless and blushing, and man, like, so what I think. Can you remind the chat what you won? But I'm pretty sure you won something ages ago, right? It's like one of the first things that gave away maybe a year ago or something. But you've been loyal ever since. Man, bro, thanks very much for that. How do I give you like you're a legend type thing? I don't know how to reward that. Put user in timeout. I'm not doing that. That's exactly the opposite of what I want to do. Yeah, bro. Thanks for that. What are my plans for America? So we'll go over there and just settle the family first and get the job sorted right. Like I can't create content with instability. So we'll get the job done and sorted, and then we'll start with understanding the scene. So it'll be like an Aussie that is me in the big red, white, and blue, probably fishing for some largemouth and smallmouth bass in a bass boat, and we'll try and I'll take you guys along with learning what that looks like. Right, I probably won't go live so much because it's literally like 12 hours on the other side of the world. So if I go live, then you guys will all be sleeping. But we'll give it a go. We'll try the bass scene. I think so. The channel at the moment has three arms to it. While it was in Australia, it's got the product review channel. It's got the lifestyle. Let's go fishing, like this content here, and we've also had the kayak stuff, right? So it's kind of like the kayak reviews, the kayak reviews and products, I should say, the fishing reviews and products, and I guess the boating goes in there somewhere as well. And then we've got the lifestyle stuff. And I think as we get to the US, that's a fish. Yeah. As we get to the US, we will just probably muck around for a little while on the lifestyle aspects, and I'll take you guys along on the adventure that is moving into a new country and the US, and all the random things like that I haven't considered. Someone said to me the other day, "Have you considered that you need a social security number?" I'm like, "Nope, haven't even thought about that one." So it's an okay fish. It's an upgrade on that smaller one that we had before. So that's fun. That's real fun. Um, so yeah, another nice little guy in there. All right, who wants me to stop talking about how well these bait junkies are seated? Have I convinced you yet? Right. Right. Notice the lure has not moved at all. Hasn't even moved. It's still sitting there. It's just nicely seated at the front. That's the second fish that this one's caught. This is a small upgrade, probably 500 gram fish. On the other one, I'll just quickly, I don't know how to flick you around really easily. There we go. But we'll get the other fish out. Man, there's some good fish in there, hey? I think we're probably pushing, for these 5 fish, probably pushing 3.5 kilos right now. Just because we've got this small one in here. Oh man, this water temperature is so cold. There we go. Now, in a tournament, this wouldn't take me this long. It's just that I haven't got these fish cull tagged. And you can see the upgrade. So, fish out, fish in. Probably, I don't know, 100 gram. Let's clean up this cockpit just a little bit. Got some spare line laying around here. Right, there we go. Turn you back around now. Oh, wrong way. It'd be nice if there was automatic horizon leveling on this camera, just quietly. How are all of you guys on this thing and nobody, there's like 2 people have liked the video. Get on and like the video, would you? You're all commenting. You guys are being awful. Just hit like. Uh, Keen to see some bass fishing. Yeah, man. I'm keen to learn bass fishing. There's just, I look online and I just see so many different ways that people catch these fish, right? So they've got big swim baits and glide baits, and then they've got these tiny little, bass rigs and jigs, and then, guys have got these random Alabama, Texas rigs and random stuff where you've just got like a long worm and then like a hook through the center of it as well. Like, and then off that comes a sinker or something, and that's pretty cool. Like, there's just so many variations. And actually, a couple of the guys said to me, it'd be cool taking the Australian techniques into the US and seeing, what actually works there. I thought I did then. And I think that'll be really exciting. I think that'll be really cool. Um, I'm throwing 4 pound leader at the moment. I think that'll be like this will be one of the, over the next few months will be some of the last times that I throw that. Guys over the seas are using 20 pound, 30 pound leader, and they're pulling out, 10 pound fish. Five. Imagine catching like a 4 kilo. I was going to exaggerate there, but imagine catching like a 4 kilo bass. Like, how cool would that be, right? 10 pound bass or something. Man. I know they get bigger and there's there's records and stuff in every state. But I see myself living on the water somewhere, maybe in some sort of gated community, maybe on a golf course. Oh, that's a bite. Not a take though. I think that's going to be cool. So they work as well as non-bait. Yeah, what they would, man. The keeper is the keeper, right? So we're just talking about like the neck of the jig head. Um, but yeah, a couple of guys asked earlier this morning, straight up. They're like, "Oh, Brian, will the keeper rip the plastics apart?" And I said, "Yeah." And my answer to that is yes, just like every other keeper does. So I can tell you if I'm using, like a TT headlocks jig head, like I have been for years now. If I just keep going through the center of it and trying to get my plastic right, uh, eventually it doesn't matter. I totally am, wearing out a cavity in the center of the plastic as I pass that jig head through. So that's just the life of a jig head on a plastic. Are you going to ruin it? Yes, you are. To be honest with you, I'm not the type of guy that takes plastics off. So here's an example. Like today, we have rigged 2 plastics, and both of them are still perfect. They're seated correctly on the front face of the jig head, and I'm really happy with that. I can't really fault them. So that's pretty good. Now the Miravel at the moment, I like it. It feels really nice in the hand. It's nice and smooth to start. The startup inertia is pretty good. It's got that Hagian. It's got that really nice gear that's cold forged that Shimano do. Um, and it's got the silent drive tech that did start in the Stellas, where they filled all the gaps between all the gears, so there's not a lot of like sideways movement and play within the gearing internal structure of the reel. So I really like, and I think Shimano, they're not the only ones, but I'll give them credit for this. They've been pushing a lot of their high-end tech further down, and the other major Daiwa do it as well. But this chat's about Shimano, so Shimano should deserve some credit in that. As they develop new technology and stuff, and I'm a huge fan of new technology in fishing. I think if you're one of the majors, and there's probably 3 majors in Australia. But I hate to say it because that kind of takes credit away from the other guys that are just, they're doing really good work as well. But the 3 majors, so they would be Pure Fishing, Daiwa, and Shimano, right? Insert another brand like tell me, Chad, if you think somebody else should be in there. But let's call them the 3 majors. And I just feel that if you're those 3, man, I didn't really want to go here, but if you're those 3, you shouldn't be copycatting. You should just come up. You should be able to develop your own stuff or tweak and improve existing stuff on the market. Now, Shimano have done that really, really well with this. They're obviously real manufacturers of quality gear that's been on the market for a very long time, and it's definitely a staple brand when I was growing up. I think the market share is probably not what it used to be, but in terms of a brand, it's a credible brand. It's got some really nice gear, and they've got some technology from their high-end products, and they're pushing it down to the low-end products. And this Miravel, it's actually really nice to use. I prefer it over the Vanford, definitely. And I've only been using it for a couple. So it's my pick over the Vanford. Definitely feels better than that. The Vanford had a weight issue. This one does not have that. I can tell it straight away. It's a really nice reel. Feels great. The drag sound is a little bit tinny, a little bit, but I do like it. Feels good. Oh, we're just gone onto a little bit more of a quiet area here. I'll try that motor on again. So we're still drifting on that front side of the bank. I've got wind over my left shoulder pushing onto the right, and on the right hand side is the bank itself. There's weed everywhere. Yeah. Rightio, I reckon I'll have 2 more casts on the Zimoto Royal colour. Yeah, so I'm just smashing around, and the lure is still there. Still seated up in the front. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Like, they've just done such a great job. Every now and again you get a product and you're just like, yeah, man, that product is dope. You've done an outstanding job there. So that's what I think about that Miravel. That's outstanding. And actually, that's what I think about these Jig Heads. Oh, too slow, Byron. So a couple of fish in our first spot this morning, or triple fish in our first spot. A couple more fish here. Let's go to the front. Let's go to the front with that nice clean water. See if I can roll like a spike 44 or something into a fish. Front of a face. Jack, for the kids. Yeah, bro. Welcome, buddy. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to what we do here. Forever reviewing products for your entertainment and providing a bit of lifestyle content with some clown on the front of the camera. Let me just quickly double check. So you guys are probably not the first dudes that were hanging here at the start of the day. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown of what we're doing today. So we've got the Miravel on. We've thrown that on a rod that's got some plastic, that's prioritising plastic. So you can see there's a braid leader combination going on there. 4 pound leader, 6 pound braid on the 2,500 size Miravel. Now, there's kind of no hook keeper on here for me to put that thing. So I've just found a little random gap. Things I like about the Shimano Miravel straight away, the design. It's actually quite simple. Like it matches their existing range. This is a Tico premium rod, but um, uh, reels can tend to be kind of fancy these days with random colours and a bit of wildness and whatnot. And this is quite a conservative one, and that tells me that it's probably not going to appeal to everybody, but it's going to appeal to the conservative people amongst us. And it's actually quite classy. There's not a lot. That's the right word. They're definitely keeping it simple. So simple means obviously less bits. Less bits means like lighter weight, and it's quite nice. It is actually quite nice reel. So I've used it for a couple of hours this morning already, and yeah, I rate it. It is a sample, the one that you're watching on here. So it's not the one that it is the one that will probably in the shop. So it's the one that was at well, I had it just before or after. So I'm going to guess that they've done some photography and some filming with that, and then they've gone, all right, we don't need it anymore, send it to buy. So it was definitely used before I got it. It's nice. And it's held up well. The other one that we're playing with is the Infeet reel. Now, both of these are 2500, so that's just the standard 2500. This is 2500S. But this is like the opposite end of the spectrum. If you're not the conservative guy, and you're probably like me, you're a little bit boisterous, or you're just a little bit, what's the right word? Stylish is not the right word. The opposite to being intrinsic, extrinsic, whatever. A bit more wild. You like your designs just a little bit more bold. That's that guy. Now, initially, I thought the color wasn't that great, but admittedly, it's grown on me a fair bit. Doesn't necessarily match it is called Infeet, but doesn't necessarily match the black and red series of Infeets, but it would match the white and blue, which is, that style of color that also comes in the Infeet range. But yeah, I like that. The third thing that's on the boat are the Jig Heads. So this is the jig head that now it's probably caught four fish, maybe five. And the other one's caught a couple of fish, two fish. But we've ripped the plastics through weed this morning, and we've caught obviously a few different fish. And then we've slapped the lures into the water a fair bit, and they've come out. Just untangle that, perfect, because I got the hook in there, and they've come out pretty straight every single time. So, and you can see there, the keeper is, it really hasn't moved. So there's been no need to like reseat, and come in and reseat that every through the day, and that's been kind of convenient. But it's been the one plastic. I'm about to change this plastic though, because I've just noticed it's been beaten up, which is why I was tactically covering that with my finger while I was showing you that. But it's been absolutely outstanding. So big fan of those. But like I said before, we're just going to move at the moment and try and get our mug in front of us, or try and get our hard body in front of something at the front, because the front is often a really popular place to fish here, with that nice fresh water coming in, or the fresh water going out if it's a time. Fish do move a little bit around, but we'll get to that. See if we've got a rod already rigged up. So we're at Mallacoota, if that's not completely obvious. This morning we spent about an hour or so fishing the deep, and didn't really have a lot of success. We moved closer to an edge. We're still fishing deep, but moving closer to an edge on that first kind of drop off. We got a couple of fish, a couple of nice 800-gram fish, I think. But we'll see. Actually, you know what? We might throw this Kadachi. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, Rose Suji. How good does that look for clear water? Like, I was saying this to you, Jamie, before when you were asking me about Kadachi and what I thought about them. Like their paint colours in this system, in that scheme, is just so good. That Rose Suji, Pink Suji, whatever it is awesome. Jamie! Got to go, epic live stream, great community being built. Mate, thank you very much for that support. Thank you very, very much, dude. Absolutely outstanding. I'd love to give you a thumbs up if I knew how, but I don't. But thank you very much for that. Are you taking any of our Aussie guys any gear overseas, or will you be selling it or giving it all away? Somebody follows me on social media. Yeah. So I've been selling stuff left, right, and center at the moment, but it's mainly been big stuff that I'm not taking with me. So a lot of the fishing gear that a lot of guys that are asking about, whether that be lures uh, or rods, you've been asking, hey, can I buy some cheap stuff off you? And the answer is actually has been no, not at the moment. So, and the reason for that is that I'm not 100% sure when I start overseas, or well, I am, but there's a possibility that I'm sent home over the next few months to on a holiday or like on a bit of leave. I won't get into why, but because of that possibility, it means that I don't really want to sell all my gear, because if I come back to Australia and I've got nothing to do, then that'd stink hard, right? Um, so the answer is no. A lot of the gear is not being sold straight away. It will be. We'll definitely do that. But I might hold it. I'll probably leave some brim gear as well here in Australia, and then keep it here. Maybe from when I'm back, or to see friends and things like that. Here's an example. There's a grand final in November at the end of the year that I'd really love to go to. Um, it'll be the first one that I graduate as a boater. Hey, and if you're not tracking it as well, you've got to remember, this is my first year on the ABT that I've done 5 rounds. Like, I've been mucking around in the ABT here and there as a non-boater for ages, but this is the very first full year of tournament competing where I put the full 5 rounds together. I don't know how, but I'm sitting in second at the moment, which is nuts. But it just goes to show, Rod and line for a DC 75, mate. Depends on what you're looking for, Nick. If you're looking for like flatty and stuff with the DC 75, then you can afford to go a little bit heavier. But I really like my light line gear. The 722, and it depends on your price range, right? So your gear does change a fair bit on your price range. Fun! Tell me that doesn't get us excited every single time. Alright, like, how cool is going fast? Hey Mick, tell me what type of fishing that you're doing with the double clutch 75, and I'll tell you what type of line. It's funny, right? Like usually people ask like the other way around. Anyway, they don't ask about the lure and how to match that. Anyway, but yeah, tell me what you're trying to catch with that double clutch, and I'll tell you what I think. Get you right over. Turn you around. Close. All right, this is the front of the system, legends. At Cuda. Just pulled the kill switch out. That'll get me frustrated later when I try to figure out why I can't start the engine. But we've had everything on the live stream this morning. We've had a vent about sponsorships. We have had a chat about a new year. We've snapped a rod that I'm sure I'll see get replayed somewhere at some point by someone having a not too happy discussion with me about it. And that's pretty exciting. Caught some fish. Fish are a bonus. I've been on camera. It's been ages since we're creating content. It's been ages since I've really created content. I was saying earlier that it feels like I think it's been about 8 weeks since I've been in the water. Such as getting a new job and, other priorities in life that happen every now and again. So membership numbers and channel growth haven't been great as a result, but that's okay. Priorities in life change, like I said. So what am I looking at here? So this is the mouth of the river. Fish stuck up a few different places here, particularly on the run out. The water's not entirely, it's clear, but it's not the clearest of the clears. So I think it's probably on the change, which might be enough for work as well. I've just put these glasses on because I want to see where the weed beds are here without going over the top of them. And there's a fair bit of glare going on just with the cover, the cloud cover. So we're going to do a couple of different things. That Kadachi's definitely coming out right now. That's it there. They'll be stoked that I'm going to throw this on a Stella straight through 3-pound fluorocarbon. The rod is a Infeet 7.5, I think it is, 742. It's a 20 Infeet, so it's a couple of years old now, this one. It's a nice light cranking rod for long flats, which is where we find ourselves. And if we don't get anything in a couple of casts, I'll probably move up to another spot just closer to the mouth. And then if nothing there, we'll move back to really where we came from and try something else. Because I think, just my opinion, but I think if we don't find them here quickly, then they're not here at all. A bit chilly. The other thing I wouldn't mind doing is just throwing a couple of different colours here as well. So, that Kadachi and that Rose Suji, Spike 44 I'll throw. As well. But here at the front, we can get some really, really solid. Solid's the best word, but solid fish movement and water movement as well. And what the fish will do is that they'll use the current against you, and you'll think you've just got this giant fish, and you're like, fighting it for ages, and it's just an average size fish. I remember collecting 34 fork after 34 fork here, 850 gram fish at the start of the year. And man, I tell you, it was frustrating trying to get through to like the kilo 36 fish. I needed a couple of those, and I just could not get through them. It it was the worst. Caught lots of fish through Cuda. You know, Cuda was turning it on in February. Man, it was great catching those fish. It was one of those awesome 2-3 day events. You know, filming Liam Crothers at the start of the event for the pre-fish, and then catching up with him through the event. And then we had uh, two non-boaters, obviously, across the 2 days on the boat, and both of them. One of them, the first day, because I didn't really have a pre-fish with the filming I was doing. Spent most of the morning trying to find fish. Then when he found them, he went nuts. Absolutely nuts. Same with same later in the day. So the second day, where we knew where they were, the fish were just going crazy straight away. So don't know if they're here just yet. It's okay. Nothing on this Gadachi just yet. So they don't like those little. They haven't liked the twitches so far. So let's give this bad boy a real slow roll. It looks like the tide has just turned as well. So when it really starts to pump in maybe 20 minutes, this will be sick. I hope. So done some twitching. Now we're just going to do some slow rolling. Down at the front of the system, obviously more likely to catch yellows than we are blacks. It's not impossible to catch blacks down the front, but just in one of these mixed species systems like Mallacoota here, you will generally get yellow fish down the front, and then blacks a little bit toward the freshwater a little bit more. You'll notice as well that we're spending the majority of the day at the front of the system. That's because of the reception. There's enough areas down the front to hit and have a bit of fun at, but reception isn't great. So that's what we're doing. Have you ever thought about doing content creation full time? I certainly have, but I'm a pilot, and I'm about to fly 747s, and I'm about to go to the US and move my family there. And the pay packet, yeah, it's pretty good. So, we can be a bit coy about what we earn and stuff, but look, life for us in the US is probably. I mean, you'll see it, right? You'll see it when I buy the 21 footer and we move into the American barn and I start creating content in the barn in the studio, and that'll probably be on some sort of golf course or something. So the financially, I love flying planes. So financially, it doesn't make sense, but I also love flying planes. Right? I love doing the things that I do. Oh, I just got a warning from my headphones. Um, but I love doing the things that I do, and because I do that, and that generally means that uh, uh, I'll put the effort in. So full time, no, part time, yeah, I'll just keep doing the same. A video a week is what I'd like, or maybe 3 videos a month. It's probably more realistic. 3 videos a month plus one live stream. I think that'll be good. And then that to get larger or smaller depending on what we're doing, like depending on if it's ICAST time or obviously being released or something like that. All right, nothing on the Kadachi. Spike on the duff rod. Yeah, it's like 44 duff. Hope that answers your question, my man. But yeah, definitely thought about it. It's probably not going to happen, mate. And that's okay. Let's drift a little. So at the mouth of the turn of the tide, I kind of want it just to turn just a little bit more. It's overcast, it's windy, it's cold, and that ain't bad because the birds aren't out. The fish that know that the birds aren't out, so they're eating. And they have been eating this morning. We've got our bag, 6 odd brim now, so bag with 1 upgrade. Majority of the bag sits, big ones are around about 800 grams, a couple of 600s, and then there's a 500 in there as well. So what does that make? Can't be 3.1. Is that really 3.1? Yeah, 3.1. Gross. We can do better than that, Byron. Really want this tide to start to turn. It's not. It's just not doing that right now. We might go to one more spot. I might try Goodwin Sands for a little bit. I haven't fished that place in ages, like the center of Goodwin Sands. I'll go fish that. See if I can pick up a little white ting ting. And then just wait for the tide. There's fish here. You're just not eating. Racist fish. Don't like me because I'm half Asian. Yes, that was a racist joke. I just don't know. I just need it. I want them to turn on, and I haven't turned. These fish haven't turned on yet. So 2 or 3 more casts, then we're moving. Hope you guys are enjoying your Friday, whatever that may be doing. Tell me, do you guys have any fishing planned for this weekend? Fish don't want anything. There's a little bit more flow here. Right, yeah. Oh, man, I'm having a great time this morning. Yeah, land base isn't too bad, Muller. Like, I mean, it happens. Um, you got to start somewhere, right? Like, I started land based, and honestly, I got sick of it pretty quick. So I made my way into a Hobie and a kayak, and that was my progression. Did that for a number of years, and then now, obviously, the boat. So yeah, the grind to get to this place is real. But, that's what we do, right? This is what we do. Nelson's Bay. I don't like. I haven't fished a lot. It can be good, right? Right, the fish aren't here. I said before that I'd know straight away if they were here or not. The answer is no. So we're moving. We're going to go to Goodwin Sands, which is in the centre of Mallacoota, if you're following along on the map. And we're going to go to the eastern side of it,
on the southeastern side. Now, behind a big island, and I'm hoping to get a whiting or three. There's always whiting stacked up there, but it's winter, so we'll see if they're there. But it'd be really nice to get something on the Kodachi, and just get a feed. I don't take Brimbos home, so it'd be nice. Here's one thing that I love that Shimano did with their Stellos, and they haven't done in ages. So do it again. But at the top, they've got these clips. So right, so like there's little holes on the top of this bridge here. Right, I put my lures on them so that I don't have to dig any of the hooks. Ah, fuck. Ow, I'm stuck. Yes, I know you're sharp. So I don't have to dig any of the sharp trebles into anywhere on my rod, or because not all rods have hook keepers, right? So yeah. I'm going to take one ear out. If someone can let me know if they can still hear me or not. Yeah, surface fishing whiting, man, one of the best things, right? That would be the sound of me touching the bottom. Hey, someone in the audience, you guys still watching? Yeah, thanks, mate. I just moved to one earphone, so I'm not 100% sure whether that's working like it did before. That's great. Righto, legends. So we are, if you were to look at Google Maps, we are on basically the eastern side of Goodwin Sands, just on the south. There's a long bank that runs east to west, and we've just arrived to the south of it. Plan from here will be to sit in the. It gets really shallow, right? So I can't get too far up onto that sand. So plan from here will be to push forward onto that sand and target some sand whiting just for a bit of a feed. We're going to throw the Kadachi around for a little bit. And the fish are here, they're great. I usually only get like one whiting per pack. Here, I've never got them on top water. They've always seemed to go for like little lures, so we'll throw the DC-48 and the Kadachi. And we'll see what we can. Sometimes every now and again there's bream mixed in with them, but that's more often than not a random thing. It's also winter, so we'll see if the actual whiting are even here. But it's a well-known kind of hangout for them, and that's usually what I take home. I don't really take home. I might take home some flathead. Yeah, see if we can get you guys back up there. There you go. So this is where we're fishing today. You'll notice what I've done. So we're on a bank that's running east-west in front of me, and we've got the wind coming from our left-hand side. So I've started up on, that side, on this side of the flat. We're going to drift down that way. And the reason that I want to do that is because we're shallow, so I don't want to be driving around on my electric motor just making heaps of sound. And because it's in shallow amount of water, that sound's just going to bounce and go everywhere. So it'll travel faster, and I don't really want to travel further. I don't really want to let everyone know that I'm around. So the less I can use the electric, the better. We're in 2 meters at the moment, 2.5 meters as we come in. It's funny, I usually work in feet, but this Garmin unit is set up in meters. And there's a fair few fish actually around here. Well, should I? Yeah, should I? Typical. It only happens because I can see everything. It's what LiveScope does. It just changes your plans. Whether or not it's for the good or not, we'll find out in a second. But you see bait, you see schools getting around, and your plans, and you change them. Someone once said to me, "You got to really be wary of sounders because you can sit on. If you see a pack of fish, you can end up spending the whole day fishing for fish that only that don't bite or have a very small bite window. And you end up with nothing doing that." And I agree. One of the best things about sounders is the ability to see what's underneath you. And that's also one of the worst things about having a sounder. That round, there was a round recently I was leading at the Tweed, and I think I had 600 grams on second on day one. I choked hard, but that was all done without a sounder. I was just fishing the conditions that I saw in front of me. This unit here, this is a brand new gun. It's actually the first time it's on the water. I somehow the other one broke, and they covered it under warranty, which was nice. And it was under warranty. What can you do? Here we go. All right, so we've got broken weed in front of us at the moment. It's probably not exactly what I want. Oh, good fish. Good Brimbo. That was a great looking fish. That was that was an outstanding looking fish. Wow. No intruder. Come on, give me some of that. motor out of the water because it's going to be taking tail. What am I looking at here? So this is really shallow right here. Can't really go in much more. So let's just fish this for a moment. No, sit back there. No. Don't know why I've got this GoPro strap on my chest. It's got no battery on it. Well, it's been out of battery for about an hour now. Oh, that was a bite. Hit it again. Oh, that wasn't a bite. That was a weed. Try to pass that off as a bite. And that cast has gone shallow. So that's going to look for whiting. So let's go do that. There's probably just a bit too much weed on the bottom here. The lures that I've got. See how. Am I going to float? Am I going to float? I am going to float. Oh, how am I floating? I mean, like, nothing. Electric motors is just off the bottom. I hope the tide's not going out. Oh, actually, it is going out. Oh well, that's getting interesting. Live streamers will see a wet byron pushing the boat. We haven't had a huge amount of success with fish being really shallow today. So, oh, here we go. First ones. So that'll be curious whether or not the fish are this shallow. And typically why fish like this little area here is because boaters don't, like people can't get to it. You know, you need a boat with almost no draw. Um, and you know, we're in nothing. All right. I think you guys might have just lost some audio. Hello? Curious? I think you can hear me now. Can you hear me now? We've just had a ear change microphone. Microphone change from one ear to the other. We're going along an edge here, looking for some whiting that don't seem to be playing the game right now. So I might just speed this up just a little bit. There's some nice sign and dig marks just on this deeper drop off here. So we'll probably just start to throw one more right, and then like that down the line of the drop off, and then we'll throw the lower left into the shallows, and just do that as we make our way down the edge here. A lot more like, what's the right word? Scum on Goodwin Sands at the moment. Now, it's had these times where there's not been a lot of weed and it's just all sand. And now there's like this broken weed. It's like a light brown as opposed to a lush brown. The Goodwin's great for fish. It's got heaps and heaps of fish on it. A lot of the time they are so far up in the shallows. It's a great place to take your family and then wade and walk the flats and look for fish. Cast with the wind. If you're into that, I'm a big fan of doing that around Goodwin. Goodwin's a great place to do that type of stuff. Use this one. If you're on holidays here in summer where it's nice and warm and delicious, I'd definitely recommend getting out to Goodwin. Oh, nothing so far. See if I can just push into that little area over there. That'll be us, I think. Yeah, no touches on that. Oof, cold breeze. Oh, we're a fair way away from that edge now. There's like a dark patch in front of me, so I'm just going to work this for a little bit. 2 or 3 casts. And if nothing, we'll drift out of here. Certainly not exciting like some other places that we've been today. Definitely not. Ooh. Righto, legends, nothing here. Nothing. Oh, and we're stuck. Now, the fish this morning weren't overly excited at that deeper area. I'm hoping that there were fish up feeding this morning, that they're now kind of gone deep again. So that's where we're going to head. It is insane the amount of divots just off this drop off though. What? That's where I drove around for 5 minutes. In a motor oil because of the colour of the amount of glare going on as well. So, because there's glare, because there's not a lot of light going on, I preference a bloodworm usually around about this time, particularly on a brighter day. There's just a lot of some overcast conditions going on right now. I'm going to try the bloodworm, motor oil just for a little bit longer this morning. You know, obviously every now and again, motor oil works all day. But so far, this keeper has been pretty nuts. Every now and again, you get a product that just comes along and you're like, yep, that's good. Don't change it. Oh, this is one of those. Oh, we've got a fair few returns just here. Lots of fish just hanging, not doing anything. See if I can get one of them to eat. They're really just mooching. Mooching on the bottom. So you guys asking about the scent before? Bro, I've got what sunnies do I have on right now? I've got Maui Gyms on right now, but I have every brand, like pretty much every brand on the boat. It's got anything to do with fishing. So I've got some tonics on the boat. I've got spotters on the boat. Maui Gym obviously, being proud ABT sponsors. You know, you gotta throw back at the people that are helping out your sport. So, Maui Gyms. What else we've got? Tonics and spotters, Maui Gyms, Mako's are on there as well. A bunch of different ones. I actually think that sunnies are more of a personal preference. So I think it's a joke when you hear TV personalities talking about the best sunglasses that they've ever used. Like there are definitely good ones out there, and there are definitely not good ones out there. I think every one of them that has lasted in the fishing industry tends to be a good one, and you can't go wrong. But there are better ones, and I think it depends on your eyes. You know, I remember running Costas for a couple of years, and when I first put them on, I was like, oh, you know, I don't know, it just changed the lighting around my eyes, so that just for a little while, I needed to get used to them for a bit. Now they were good, you know, Costas are great glasses, but I think it's personal. It's a really big personal, and how they fit on your face. You know, does the company have the right frame for you? It's another really important thing. Not every company's got the right frame for you. I know for a fact that, like, I think it's the tonics. They look horrible on me in terms of fashion, but they wear nicely. So I can see through them nicely. So I enjoy wearing them. But they're the new neon lenses as well. So I can see divots everywhere, right? So there's fish here, or there's been fish here, but they are not here now, or they're just not biting what I'm sending their way. And I feel that they're not doing that because I keep getting fouled out with weed. Someone asked about scent before. I really enjoy two scents. One of them is the Berkeley Gulp gel. I really like that on hard bodies. I actually think that's the best gel, but the best scent. But the problem is that it doesn't stay on plastics. It falls off. It just comes off plastics like it may as well be water. It doesn't even stick. On hard bodies, it's great, but if you put it on a plastic, it just comes straight off. So I use Procure for the plastics. Mullet, bloodworm, and crab. Don't know which one I've got on now, but those three are the ones that I use. Rightio, last cast here. Then we're going to head to the north side of Goodwin. Go fast and then stop. One of the biggest fish I've ever caught or hooked and not landed is on this side here, just in the deep. Just really struggled to get it in. It's got the best of me. Happens, right? Alright, last cast here. Now we're moving to the north side of Goodwin. Live stream's still going, 3 hours and 20 minutes now. No, mate, I haven't used any of the hot stuff. Hey, truthfully, I haven't used a lot of the hot stuff. So I've got a few prawns on the boat. I took prawns with me when I went to New Zealand and fished those for big snapper and stuff out of kayaks. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Good fish. And he's bending that rod. Good fish. I got nothing on this fish. How good, how exciting. Where's my net? My net's away. Jesus Christ, it's a good fish. You're not already noticing we're chasing it. Just keeping pressure on it. So the fish picked it up off the bottom. We're in 1.5 meters, I guess. It feels heavy. Feels good. Yeah, buddy. Come on, show me some colour. Hello. Nothing like a heart rate. Good fish will always do keep the heart rate up. What is it? It's a Trev, that's why. Good sized Trev too, eh? I love how Trev and fish, or Trev in particular, can like they pick stuff up off the bottom. Like it's like a. I just whenever I see a Trev, I think to myself, oh, it's got to be like this mid water column feeder type thing. Um, but no, it's good fish. standard. It's doing circles around me in the boat, and I'm just trying to turn the boat to keep it on my side. It's under the boat. Yeah, it's under the back of the boat. Now it's coming up. Oh, yep, there it is. It's a good size trev, actually. Great size trev. So if I had the boys from New Zealand on me, they would be like frothing over this thing and sashimiing it. Apparently, trev make really, really outstanding sashimi, but we just don't do it in Australia. They're just not known for it here. But yeah, the guys in New Zealand were chopping them up and were having fresh sashimi on the water. It was outstanding. Um, but that's what those fish that I saw down there before will be. I just wet my hand. And I'll show you some trev. Good size, actually. Hey, gorgeous fish. Really sleek. They obviously make a lot of noise. This one's not. This one's being okay, but they can make a lot of noise on the boat. Oh, yeah. I need to reset the plastic. Plastic right there. There you go. Check it out. Back in the water. So yeah, sashimi. One of the best sashimi fish, apparently. Not a thing that I do, but how good, eh? Nice little catch. Do love the fight that Trev put on. They're also like in a brim comp. They're heartbreaking because you see the silver, you're like, yeah, you get real excited about it. And when the Trevs are a little bit bigger like that, they don't have that dung 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 feel that you often get. So on a smaller Trev, you feel them go dung 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 dung. Like you feel the notable vibration in the line, that's in your rod, and you're like, oh, this is the Trev. You know, and you know what's coming. But when they're a little bit bigger like that, they're just like weight, and they feel a little bit more brimmy. And in a comp, they're devastating because you're thinking, yep, there's the silver, yep, here's the fish. And then you get it closer and you see the trev. And of course, it takes time, right? Like, you saw how long that fish took to get to the boat. Devastating. Absolutely devastating. Right, so the backside of Goodwin Sands on the north. I'm going to check that spot out there. A couple of fish there this morning, but there wasn't much going on. I think the fish there this morning were all on all on the shallows and stuff. So now that it's been a little while, I'm hoping that the fish that would usually be there have gone deep again. Got a couple of questions here. How does barometer play catching brim? I don't know. Honestly, I think it does. And I think the barometer's got a lot to do with fish that have got larger swim bladders, and that dictates, like with bass, where they in the water column they'll exactly sit. With brim, I think the time of day and the conditions of the day are much more telling than the barometer. I certainly would, like, it's, I don't know, someone could tell me whether it's a low pressure system here in Victoria at the moment. I suggest it is. And we've got a nice bag already, Joe, so no big deal. Do you have any lures that you would suggest I try over the weekend? All of them. All of the lures. Throw them all at the same time. I say always throw a grub. And if the grub doesn't work, always throw a minnow. Then after that, you've got your hard bodies. Top water in the morning, jerk baits and rolly packs through most of the day, particularly if there's wind around. And yeah, that's really about it. I'm going to put your camera down just a little bit. There we go. Give you something ugly to look at. Just having a lazy around looking at the sounder that I did just like to see if it come back. There are a couple of returns, but it doesn't look, awesome. Truthfully, needs a bit of a rise. We might just throw a little around here for a little bit. Fishmaster says, Byron, the boat flies. Fishmaster, the boat so flies. It is one of the best things ever. I really enjoy. I've really enjoyed fishing out of this boat. Absolutely outstanding. Let me know if you can still hear me. I've just changed my mic around, please. But yeah, the boat is outstanding, astronomical. It's balanced well, and it's just a joy to be in. Really, that's the truth. So when something's a joy to be in, it's pretty hard to talk down about it. Also, the boat's for sale, so I don't really want to say anything bad about it. Right, so I'm going to drift here for a little bit, then we're going to go over there, and I'll pull you guys up and make you taller in a second. Maybe one more. There you go. It's funny, when I caught some fish here at the start of the year, I had a different Garmin unit, and when I changed units, I didn't update it, and subsequently now I don't have any of my spots, I should say. So yeah, I don't have any spots on my charts anymore. So I'm just going to mosey around this general vicinity, see if anything stupid wants to jump on the end of my lure. But there are fish. I can see them moving around out at 14 metres away off the front. So a lot of the fish in this area like to pick it up off the bottom as well. So just kind of hopping around. It's actually where the musk vibe did really well. Let's pull a musk vibe out. I haven't thrown a musk vibe for 2 months actually since I fished last. So we're going to do that in a second. Colin's Outback River Baits. That business has been the success story of the year, I reckon, in the Australian fishing industry. That little business that he's got has gone pretty well. Now, he's had his challenges, right? People are ripping off his product and copying him and stuff, but how could you not think it was a success story? Go a little bit more aggressive with the retrieve, see if they want that. Stop. Let it get to the bottom. Dunk. Out to the bottom. Yeah, I think that's got to be, it's definitely got to be a good thing in the industry, what's happened there. New lure, new all that sort of stuff. You're going to get what's a PS on Monday, hopefully. I can't wait to get fish Gippsland again with a new point of view and maybe try and do a comp. Ah, dude, yeah, do a comp. You don't even need sounders to do a comp. I mean, everyone runs around with Gucci gear and comps and stuff, but really to do a comp, you need a vessel, a fishing rod, and stack of lures and a reel. Get involved, man. That sounds great. Like a great little activity. I don't know what you mean by PS though. And a sounder. Panoptic scope, maybe. What else could it be? PS. P next to O. P next to O on the keyboard. Maybe LS for live scope. I don't get target. I don't know. I'll check my phone in a second and see what you're like. Alright, last cast in the small spot. And then I'll just get it back on the main motor and motor in a little bit. Alright, we've dropped off on that little ridge line that I wanted to be on. I wanted to be on, not this deep little area that we just got into here. Ah, P plates. Oopsie. That's awesome. Peas. Cool, that's it. Woo. You asked about the must vibe and techniques. I like my must vibe a bit more like a creature bait and a vibe. It's like a cross creature bait vibes. You know, when I'm up against structure, I'll go like a cranker crab kind of feel, yeah. And then um, when I'm when I'm out in the open like this, it'll be more of a slow action vibey kind of thing going on there. So a fair bit of movement on the sounder here. Looks like we've got definitely got gunk on the bottom. Yep. Spot lock goes in. Now we just watch. Nice little fish eye. Hey buddy, welcome. Welcome to the fishing show. Audience, I'd like to introduce Blackbrim. Blackbrim, meet the audience. We're gonna poll 600 grams here. No, even not. Probably only 500. Oh, maybe 6, but she's fatty. Oh, I don't know. I think so. 500 grams. There you go. Hey, look. Nice grub. Nice little easy peasy grub sitting there. Bang. Done. Done. Oh. I think it's getting a bit windy. There you go. I'll try and protect my right ear with my microphone for you guys. On my left ear, I should say. That was a hit. That was nice. That was like second casting there. Glad we went a little bit more shallow, right? That's another one. Another one, just playing with it. Oh, no. Just lots of weed. It's not weed. It's getting real windy. Right. That will be the key to it. Well, it's been a grub day this morning, hasn't it? Basically, the entire bag has been on the grub. That was probably very similar to the smallest fish that's in our bag at the moment. Um, being motor oil grubs and bloodworms, all on the same jig heads. You guys must be getting sick of hearing that, hey? Yeah, there's totally bigger ones in there, man. There's totally bigger ones in here. We want them. That's certainly not a tournament-winning fish by any means. It's probably like a nice bag filler. So if I had a bag of them, I'd be like, all right, well, I'm in sort of top 20 kind of contention, and what I want here is number of kickers to upgrade. It's when you fill your bag with fish that are just like one stage up on class on that you're like, yeah, we're in for a day, in for a good day. But, if I had a bag of those and I was going back to the weighing, I'd say something like I wouldn't be overly happy, but I wouldn't be upset either. If I was winning it, if I wanted to win it, I wouldn't be happy. But if you just consistent, that's fine. Right, we've gone from 2.2. We're now in 1.8. There's still lots of fish around. Just mooching around and stuff. So the objective here for us is just to land get one of these lures inside in front of their face. Now, soon I'm going to run out of battery for my headphone, that last headphone that's in my ear at the moment. And when that happens, I'm going, and I'm actually going to go to the top water spot that Morgo won the tournament at. And I'm not 100% sure if there's reception there, so I'll keep the phone on, but do expect it to cut out. Definitely expect it to cut out. There's 8 fish today on the live stream. Not the hugest, not the most amount of fish I've ever caught. Certainly not the least. But truthfully, it's really been nice to have you guys come along with us. The boat hasn't been in the water for 6 to 8 weeks, so it's been a real pleasure to just get on the water again and do activities and whatever. Got a snotweed everywhere here. Yeah, I can feel it on the end of the line. Jesus. And you get some 116s off the guys. Ah, man, I never fished with Warren Carter. I never have. Rightio, so first spot we're going to, questionable reception. So if you cut out, I'm sorry, the stream will stay there. I fished this place with Liam Crothers in this tight little corner of, I don't know what it's called, but it's like this bay. And they were just like these tanks getting around everywhere. Man, they wanted they weren't interested in lure on day one, but day two they just went after it and crunched my lure after lure after lure. It's such a joy to fish. That's one of the cool things, I guess, about fishing Mallacoota is that often there's no reception in the places that have got heaps of good fish. So, for a content creator, it's not great, but also for the longevity of the fish, it's probably not a bad idea so that you guys don't see where I'm catching the fish. You guys can't go there. Not that you guys generally do that anyway, but when I was a kayaker, I certainly saw this, when I was first getting into content creation. I'd go out and catch a bucket load of fish, and then, it might be a few weeks between me catching the fish and producing the video, but when I'd put the video out, the next weekend I'd often go back to the place. Like I'd often go back to wherever, and I made a habit of doing that. Usually the weekend after, I'd put a video out, and what I found happened so regularly was that I would see, somebody that was clearly that was a watcher of the channel, and that they would then turn up after they'd seen the video to then fish the same spot. And you think to yourself, that kind of sucks the first time you do it, and you get a little bit, give them the benefit of the doubt, but then you do it again, and the next video comes out, and it's at a different spot, and then you go to that spot the weekend after the video comes out, and it's the same people there. You're like, well, you did this to me the last time at a different spot on a different video. Now you're doing it on this video, or this spot on this video. It's hard to not be cynical about that. It's part of what we do. There are a lot of copycats out there that, just can't figure it out for themselves. The truth of the matter is, if you want to catch fish, just time on the water. That's all it is. More time on the water, and that explains me today, right? Like I've got 7 or 8 fish or something, but I haven't been on the water for 6 weeks, so we're not really flooding the boat with heaps of fish like I'd love to be. But that's right. And we're at Mallacoota, which is one of those places in the world where we should be flooding the boat with heaps of fish. Be nice to pick up another 800 or so. Another 800 would have been nice. That'd put us at like 2.4 for 3 fish, and then 3.5, another kilo for the other 2 fish. 3.5 kilo bag. Average day out at Coota, on par. Oh. Remember, guys, if you're enjoying the feed, I know there's not a lot going on there, but some of you guys have been here all day. Let me have a look how many of you there are. 16, hey? Yeah, you're right, man. People should just learn their own techniques and stuff. But the problem is that everybody wants a shortcut, right? So everybody wants the reward. Everyone wants that awesome stick-looking gym body without having to go to the gym. Everyone wants to catch fish without having to do the work. Those of us that catch fish know that they've put the work in. That's the truth. That's okay. Rightio. So I don't know if the feed will cut out now, but we are totally going to a spot where it could be a bit sketchy. It's only about a 2-minute drive, actually. It's just, the problem is it's just behind a hill. So if it does cut out, I really appreciate your time. Thanks very much for hanging out. If you've got any feedback, let me know. It's the first time we've live streamed, so no big deal. If you guys turn around and go, look, it was the worst live stream I've ever heard or ever seen, I actually won't mind because it's my first one. So we're going to get better from here, right? In truth, the live streaming is good, and I wanted it to really, what's the right word? I wanted to get a little bit of time up doing it so that I could, do it in the States, but also during tournament seasons and stuff. So, yeah. Brian, how do I go about learning about multiple bream competitions and a kayak one specifically? You just get involved. I did a how-to kayak. I've got a couple of videos on how to kayak fish or how to tournament fish. Really, it's not hard. You just get involved, man, and jump. Don't bother with like doing local rounds and then going, oh, I'm gonna try a local round and then I'm going to, progressively get better and then end up at ABT or end up at Hovey, whatever your thing is. Don't even bother. Just get a ticket, look at a calendar, find out where an ABT round is, get a ticket and go. But don't bother with like these entry level tournaments that try and pitch that's a good stepping stone. Nah, just, they're often under supported. They don't have a lot of deals with brands, so they don't have good prize packs, and it'll cost you the same amount of money when you take into account like accommodation and all that sort of stuff. Like it might cost you an extra $50, but you'll do the premium comp and you'll learn. Uh, Rightio. It's on backwards. Like I said, it's only a 2-minute run, but it's questionable whether I get the section out there, so we'll see. Well, it says somewhat 4G, so this could be good. Well, the reception doesn't seem to be too bad. You guys seem to still be here, so right. Some of you may recognise this area straight away. Others, not so much. But it's a nice little area. Very renowned. A lot of people prospect in here. It's a good area to prospect. Man, it's cold. Alright, so I've just thrown a bent minnow out for a little twitch, or something. Oh yeah, yeah, yes, yes. The fish underneath it. Isn't it? Fish under it. Yes. Oh no, I lost him. Oh no, he's still there. How cool was that? Oh, now I lost him. That was the coolest. That was the coolest. Oh, I love top water bites. How sick is that? Oh, chat, man, that was awesome. Just so it's clear water, right? So it was a cast and it's just sitting there, but I could see the shadow underneath, just kind of like swimming up to it, having a bit of a nose at it, and then going back again, and then coming back up, and that's how I knew that fish was going to eat it. It had like 3 or 4 hits at it, and then I saw the grey submarine underneath it. It wasn't a huge fish, but hell yeah, that would have like a low 30s fork fish, 31 fork or something. That was so cool to see. That was so cool to see. That was outstanding. That's made my morning actually, seeing that. You guys are a little bit foggy there, I think. Get me up a bit. Hopefully that's a bit better. That was the best. The best. Let's see if we can pull another one out. Let's watch. That fish is always going to eat that. Oh man, what a great experience. I love little experiences like that when you see fish do stuff like that. You just see them hunting and doing their thing to get their prey. That was one of the coolest things to watch. Swimming around underneath the lure, smacking it every now and again, and then eventually crank. Now the hooks on this thing aren't super sharp. They're rusted, and there's some assist hooks that have been there for like 30 years. Um, so they're pretty well done, which is why we lost the fish in the water. But don't care. When you see that, I'm okay every now and again to let that happen. And we're not on tournament, so don't care. What I would suggest though is if I was to put a grub on right now and throw back in that little area there, I'd probably pick up a fish, maybe his friend. Broomer tend to be pack dudes and doodads. Oh, that was so cool. So cool. I'm really happy that happened. Particularly on camera. That was pretty cool on camera, yeah. Alright, so we're walking the bent minnow, lots of splashing. Stop. Everything in the area. We'll now know that fish, that lure exists there. Sitting there. All the times. Really happy something popped out on the surface. Or tap water. Tap water. Gotta fish. If you're gonna fish in the US of it, you gotta fish tap water. Isn't that right, sir? A firm. Gotta fish with them big bass. There's the glare. Glare. There's no, I can't really see what's going on with that lure right now. I'd love to be able to tell you if there's a fish around, but I can't. Or a fish chasing it. grub at? Where's that motor oil grub? Well, there's a bit of light, so maybe the bloodworm. No, let's go turn the radio off. Weed. All right. Wind's turned. Instead of being a little bit, it was coming from behind me, now it's coming from my right. Yeah. Well, found him. Feels nice. Definitely feels nice. Ooh, good. Give it a colour. Probably 32 fork fish, something like that. I actually feel quite heavy at the moment. Nice and big fat brim. Yeah, look at that. It's a good chance. Oh, that's a long brim. I wasn't expecting that. She's not fat, but she's long. Check it out. Oh, why haven't I been doing this all day? I could have just been moving you around like this. There you go. Good size brimbo. Hey there, mate. I'm not going anywhere. All I want to do is show the viewers what you look like. Maybe get a ruler out. So, you're upside down. And you're on a wide angle. There we go. Look at that. Nice fish, eh? Nice fish. Let's get the ruler out. Rightio, if we're using the ABT scale, a 36 fork fish is 1 kilo. So that's our mark that we're looking for. Oh, she ate. What did I say? She was a 31. She's just tall. She's real tall. Yeah, look. Let's call 33. She's nice. Some very now. Right, so that's an upgrade. I'll show you the other fish that we've got in the live well in a sec. I just take some new water in there because I think I've put a bit in there recently. But that'll be an upgrade on one of the fish at least. So stick me in here for a sec because I can't do two things at once. So we'll upgrade some fish. That's the bigger one. So there's a couple of those girls in there. Actually, 1, 2. There's the small ones. It looks like the blacks for us today are the small ones, or have been the small ones, or are the small ones. 2 smallest girls today. Let's measure them. So one is, what's the other one? This one is 32 fork. This one is 33 fork. So that is in. That makes our smallest one today a 33 fork. Over 5. Admittedly, I probably left those fish in there without the pump on a little bit too much. So I'll leave the pump on for a little bit and we'll refresh them. That was a nice little fish there, wasn't it? So we call that about 8 tournament fish today, I guess. I'll see if I can get you back on a wide angle. 3 upgrades. 33 fork is our smallest. Then the 34 that we just got, and then some bigger fish after that. So that wasn't too far away from the front of the boat, but that fish is really long. Not a lot of weight to it. I've got a feeling like so for 36 fork is 1 kilo flat on our ABT. I think that was a 33. So I'm going to guess that's like a 700 gram fish. So our lowest fish today has gone from being a 500 gram fish about 3 fish ago, to a 700 gram fish now. So if I multiply my bag by 5, given that on the smallest weight, then I am on a 3.5 kilo bag. And what's the time now? It's at 11:30 local. So I would have 2 more hours-ish in a tournament to upgrade a couple of those smaller ones to those 1 kilo marks. Try and push up to that 4 kilo kind of total. Now, realistically, I'm probably closer to 4 kilos, but I've just taken into account the 700 grams, which is the smallest of my fish, right? So I'd probably say I'm sitting around about 3.9 kilo. Just missed the biggest piece of weed then. It was crazy, you should have seen it. what a day. Certainly worse things to be doing, hey chat? Tell me where you're up to. What are you doing? You guys that are watching, there's only 13 of you left. I think there was like 35 at the height, but what are you guys up to? What are you doing? Where are you right now? You guys at work? Engage with me. Couple of fish along the edges, which has been nice. Excuse me, the majority of them have been quite deep though, haven't they? I'm a little tired actually. All this talking's taking it out of me, hey? What do you reckon, chat? Alright, well this one's give us a couple of upgrades. I'm going further up after I throw this one last cast. Tell you what, there's 4 solid tanks in there. Rightio. I wonder if I should get my other phone out. Just post up a couple of shots and be like, yep, things are going good. Let's do that actually. And then we're going to move. So what we're going to do is be strategic with some photo camera shots. You guys are going to watch me basically set up a couple of shots. There's one. There's 2. Oh my God, man. Nothing on any hard bodies. I mean, we had that one one top water take just a moment ago, but aside from that, not really much is going on. And we've been on the same Jig Heads all day. It's insane. Absolutely insane. So it's been outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. So put those on top of each other. It's pretty cool when you do a live stream or something, and things have worked out real well. Well, the products work. That's probably more important. The products are just really good. So, stream, I'm going to bounce soon. There's only a few of you left anyway, 14, but I'll show you the fish we've got. So, this is the smallest one that is just, sitting on the top. Ooh, so, you know what, fun. I'll start with the big ones. So that's our medium fish of the day. So, you can see the general caliber of the fish coming out of Cooter at the moment. It's pretty good, right? You're getting the idea of the type of day that we've had. So I'm just going to quickly drop these into here, put you up there, and take some photos, gents. This is kind of what we do. Oh no, somehow I've upgraded a bigger fish than what I should have. Oh, sorry, a smaller fish. Oh, well, that happens. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Cooter's fishing well now that I've just looked at the fish that are in the bag, and I'm just going to show them to you. That's our day so far. So this guy, I think I've got a bigger one than him through the day, but this is the 34 fork. That's the smallest one that we've got. So if that's a 34, then those ones are 35s and 36s. So, close to, probably over a 4 kilo bag there, which has been nice. So I'm going to do that. I can't work Newcastle. I work for the Man Shake. How cool are those fish, though, gents? Let me know what you think. You reckon we've had a good day or a bad day? Would you be happy with these 5 fish? I mean, tell you what, like, they're pretty solid fish, right? Oh my goodness me. Some beasts, some proper beasts. Right, yeah, for the phone, photo. Hello, photo. Oh, it's payday as well. Footage of these. No doubt you'll see them on a little bit of social medias later. That guy's a huge guy. He's the biggest, probably 37, so just 37 to the fork, 40 tip. What? I think this gets the message. What do you reckon? No, we'll get them straight back into the water. Into the angles, take screenshots. Ooh, yeah. Right, yeah. That's enough. Got to say, these guys work a treat. The new Jig Heads. Right. Back in the net. We won't be cruel to these fish. We've been cruel to them enough. Throw the resoak pump on to give them a bit of fresh water. Get them all nice into a nice condition again, and we'll throw them back into the water. But I like the live well because it's dark and I can get some fresh aerated water. The fish don't need to sit on the top. They don't need to worry about pelicans hitting them or anything like that. So I just generally, I've got a propensity uh, to keep fish in the live well. Like there's a couple of different schools of thoughts. One of them is that they should be released immediately. And I think if you've had a long battle with the fish and they come up and they're just sick, then it's my opinion that the live well is a really good place for them because you can hold them in there and let them recover, and they won't get picked off by a pelican. It never happens. And as long as you don't change the water, right? So right now, I am going to move now. I'm going to say goodbye to the stream, but I'm not going up anywhere where the water's filthy dirty. And I'll close the live well off and just have that fresh recirculate. So I'll have that recirculating water in there that will keep them nice and healthy, that'll oxygenate them up again and get them back to feeling well. And by doing that, the probability of them swimming off is great. I've got to be honest, with these live wells in this boat, with the constant oxygen flow and the way that the water recirculates, I've not had a fish die in this situation for me. I've had them die in a kayak live well when I've turned the kayak off, or where a fish has gotten where I've been silly and I've forgotten to turn the pump on or off. But when everything's working, there's no excuse to have a fish die on you. Not with the amount of technology that's out there. Right, legends. So that is us. That is us done. Well, look, if I look at my live stream, I can see that I'm still making photos. You guys should think that's pretty hilarious. Right, yeah. Hey, thanks very much for hanging out for the live stream. Seriously, if you want more of the content or you don't want more of the content, you want it to change, let me know. Like I said earlier, it's the first time that I've done this live stream, so I'm really open to feedback and open to whatever. Tell me what you did like. If the audio was cruddy at certain times, tell me about that. Tell me about the reception. Wide angle versus normal camera, all of it. Want to hear about it. For the moment, I'll probably stop talking to you. I'll just keep the ear in, and I'll keep the live stream running just in case that happens to not cut out and we can continue to fish. But I'm just going to go upriver a little bit to find and throw some top water around, so little hard bodies, and see what happens. Now, Doug Smith says that he's at work in Brisbane. Doug, did I ever date your sister? Because that'd be fun, interesting if I did. Steph Smith was a girl that I dated before I joined the military, maybe about 15 years ago. Are you making pork shoulders? Dude, Watto, that's delicious. Yeah, we all need some live stream PT sessions to get into streaming, so yeah, nice. Just found out I get to clock off round one. Yeah, nice. Just going fishing at Nelson. How good is that? Rightio. Moving. What a great bag of fish we had today, hey? I'm really happy that you guys have come along for that. Try some new products. Yeah, that's made my day. I'll go home pretty happy. All right. 1, 2, 3.